reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry but it's too late. You never
Alright guys, happy Sunday. Today, pretty chill. We're going to talk about PMR. I know some of you are like, yay! And other ones are like, really? This game again? This guy again? I thought he doesn't stream on the weekends. Well, this particular weekend, I had some time. So today, I don't know. I feel like we have some patches around the corner. And I feel like now is a good time to kind of do a complete return to this game in terms of seeing where we're at, reviewing all of the problems, all of the good things, because it's important that whenever you're reviewing things, positives and negatives are both included. You can't just solely focus on one. No matter how much you might want to, you can't. You have to give it a fair shake. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to play the game a little bit. It's going to be pretty casual. You guys are welcome to come in and just debate me. Do you think this game is doomed? Do you think this game in a year's time is going to be the greatest racing game to play on the internet? Let's talk about it. As of right now, though, let's jump on in. Let's do some casual driving. See what the sim has to offer. I don't know how loud the music is for you guys, but for me it's really loud, and it's overly epic, and I kind of like it. Also, Modelo today, because it's Sunday. And if you're like me and don't really care about football, and you're in the United States, well, welcome. Oh, PMR, where are we at? What have we been doing? I don't even know. Single player. Well, first of all, let's just do a quick rough, check on the state of online multiplayer. I don't care about rank play. There's just, in my opinion, right now, ranked should not even be on your radar if you're looking at this game, because there are just dozens of other games, especially on PC. Well, primarily on PC, I should say, that the rank system actually is solid. I am a bit hesitant on a lot of ranked play because I like to enjoy my time, and ranked requires really, really sitting down and learning the sim, because each sim drives differently. Each sim has its own quirks, has its own setups. So you really kind of just have to sort of pick your own and stick to it for ranked. Whereas if you're in it like me, to enjoy racing, to explore all of them, to not put all your eggs in one basket, I think the custom lobbies, the non-ranked stuff, is really where you will shine in having a good time. So let's go into custom lobbies. As of right now, we've got one. At this point, why would you put a password on any of your lobbies? There's not enough people playing this to keep people out. We have multi-class at Daytona, and we have one guy rating over here in GT4. I don't really like GT4s. at all, if I'm being honest with you. Classes are GT, GT3, and LMP, and 992 Trophy. I've driven the 992 Trophy car once in this game. Let's see what we have. I guess we can jump in, see what this is like. We'll start here. And then maybe if I get some people that are interested, maybe I'll host a lobby. But we're not going to jump into that right now. I want to just kind of primarily talk about the game and play the game. Give it my end of patch life review. And by patch life, I mean this current patch. All right, so let's see. What am I in right now? I am in the Murcielago, which I don't want to drive right now. I want to start easy. So I'm going to go GT3. And I got to go with the Mustang. LMPs. Mustang is just my go-to default car. This car, in my opinion, is the best driving GT3. Not necessarily the fastest, but the best driving GT3. All right, so we got 14-second countdown. All right, let's see if we make it in. Traveling the track, this is the screen that you're typically going to get stuck on if you don't make it in. So let's find out if we actually make it to the race. I'm used to hosting the lobbies, not joining them. So so far so good. Means we're waiting on one person right now. All right, looks like possibly everybody got into this race, which is pretty good. Jump over to my softs. All right. Yes, sir. Good old PMR. I will say this, in all fairness, it's decent on PC. I have it on PS5 too, and yeah. In my opinion, it's not ready for multi-platform. Rowdy, I'll let you know when's a good time to buy it, almost regardless of price. I mean, I think you should get it regardless, even if it never gets better, because there is a lot of fun to be had here if you can, like, look past the issues. If you focus on the issues, it's very easy to get consumed with, like, not wanting to play it, but it is cross-platform, so that allows everybody to play it together, which is nice. Like, I think right now Race Room is probably my favorite sim, but it's PC only, and it just excommunicates a lot of people. Eyes on the road, bud. Yes, sir. I will say, I feel like we're probably going to be getting a patch, I'd say, within 1 to 2 weeks, would be my guess for this game. And I would rather them take their time with it and not rush, for the simple reason that I want a patch that thoroughly improves the game, rather than does the typical, like, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type patch. Track limits, collision physics, internet connectivity, or stability, I should say. Those should be the primary things. graphics are always one of those things where, like, there's not going to be a single patch ever that just changes the graphics, makes it all of a sudden better. That's going to be one of those slowly but surely as patches come out, the graphics kind of get tweaked and dialed in and stuff like that. The biggest problem with this game's graphics is movement and artifacting. And like this almost like if you look at the fence right now, the fence is very artifacty. But if I stopped and looked at the fence, it's really detailed and really nice. The entire game is like that. Graphics are good if you're not moving. And I know that's like seems like a silly kind of compliment, which it is, but that's the reality of it. The graphics are there, there's just a lot of problems along the way. Like you can see the shadow line slowly rendering in as I get closer to it. That needs to be further out. I personally have a 5090 in my computer, so I could render that all the way out. Excuse me. Apologize. If only you knew where the line was, you might have maintained that lead, sir. Whoop! Good thing that wasn't iRacing, because we'd be in the dirt right now. You know, for all the things that PMR doesn't do right, I don't know. You good, bro? Its tires are better than iRacing. And iRacing's been around for more than a lot of you have been alive. I will say, though, still to this day, for me personally, now mind you, I don't have time in AC1. So I know AC1 is supposed to be the absolute best when it comes to things like this, but I don't have any experience with it, so I'm not going to touch on it. My own personal experience, I've played everything else. PMR has the best force feedback for me. Now, I'm on PC, and I'm on a Simagic wheelbase. So, again... yeah. Alright, greetings from Germany. I like PMR. When you adjust the force feedback and tune the car, it's fun. It fills the gap between GT7 and ACC on PS5. The reality is that it needs to not fill that gap. It needs to be better than ACC, or at least on par with ACC when it comes to at least just its driving, you know, because ACC is a one-trick pony. It's a really good one-trick pony, but it's a one-trick pony. It's GT3 cars and tracks, and that's it. This is a massive range of things. Gran Turismo 7, none of these sims are ever going to be as much of a video game as Gran Turismo is. That is where Gran Turismo will remain the king. Forza Horizon might take that throne with Forza Horizon 6, but overall, oh, look at that. We came in, we qualified second. And I'm just sitting here having a conversation with you guys. That's what I'm talking about with the Mustang. It drives great. But, like, I really need to do, like, a stream where I just slow drive every track, and you really get to see what everything looks like. Because the game really is good-looking at a standstill. I know that is a silly, silly thing to say, but, like the cars, everything looks good. The problem is that when you get moving, everything kind of goes to shit. And that is it's on their end, not a hardware issue. So, like, I'm on a PC that can, you know, is basically the equivalent mechanical of Skynet. And the graphics have the same problems that PS5 has. And my computer is literally 10 times as powerful as PS5. Yet, my graphics are only a little bit better. I do agree, something is missing between those. But realistically, this game should take ACC out of the picture, and potentially from a driving standpoint, take Gran Turismo out of the picture. But it'll never replace the video gameness of Gran Turismo 7. Trying to avoid everybody here, because contact is not good in this game. That guy wasn't looking where I was, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, he wasn't looking where he was either. Alright, good. Get me away from those guys. You gotta do a lot of defensive driving in the first lap, a lot of these races. Oh, this guy in this LMP is really cautious, like too cautious. You should drive out of my life. Back of this car is a little extra slidey right now. I wonder what they set the track conditions to in terms of, like, if it's pristine, rubberized. It looks pretty rubberized. If you can have a little bit of patience in terms of ignoring some issues, there's a lot of fun here. The game, if they could just fix all the problems and change no features, this game would be one of my favorites to play, period. They just gotta fix the problems. There's plenty of content here. People are talking about DLCs, and I'm like, I think you're all out of your mind. ACC is wildly successful, and it has fundamentally no content. It's a one-trick pony that does one thing really good. Same with LMU. This game has more than enough content to be good. Whoop, whoop. Focus on the race, Evan. Look at chat when the race is over. Although we do have 10 laps. That's kind of a... that might be a while. Don't worry, chat. I'm going to come over there and look at your comments in a second, but I would like to focus on this a little bit and not get punted off the track by the GTEs behind me. Because the GTEs in this are pretty aggressive with their driving, that is. I'm going to take the high road. You guys take the low. If you want the line, you got the line. Just don't hit me. That's all I ask. Don't hit me while passing. My only request. Oh, no. Yeah, pass me. I'm going to brake early just to avoid them, because I don't trust them. Force feedback in this game is so refreshing, I'll say that. Race Room and AMS2, I enjoy those games more than this right now, but when it comes to what's coming through the wheel, PMR crushes them. It really does. It's not a comparison. That's a definite compliment I have to give to PMR. And the reality is, too, though, is that not everybody has that experience, that PMR has good force feedback. I'm driving a little extra on the cautious side right now because there's no reason to push. I've got the lead in my class. There's no reason to rush and make a mistake here. Let's just kind of keep it chill. Drive the car easy. Drink a Modelo. And keep the car on the road. Everybody else is going to push, and they're all going to make mistakes. Case in point. Thank you for staying there. I appreciate that. I'm glad to see that drivers on this, even though they're spinning out and having accidents, their etiquette is getting a little bit better. Because PMR in the beginning was like, that guy would have just pulled right out into my lane, and I would have had to pay attention to him the whole time. Which, I still paid attention to him the whole time, but at least he didn't pull out. Cheers. Nope. Take your lane. The amount of times you've passed me and then crashed. Just slow it down, buddy. I will say, though, in all of racing, multi-class is the absolute best kind of racing. As long as the people are all, like, you know, smart about... mainly the guys that are in the faster cars in the class that you're in. There's no reason to compete with them, and there's no reason for them to compete with you. Yet, the amount of times that I've been crashed by faster cars passing me, it's like all you had to do was go around me, and you said you tried to drive through me. Rennsport especially. When I play Rennsport and I'm in a GT3 car, the amount of times that I have been on Daytona in this high lane like this, crashed by a hypercar passing me because they can't navigate around me. No Modelo. Oh God, just don't crash me. That's all I ask. And also, too, in chat, you're more than welcome to debate with each other. Not just me. We're here to talk about this stuff. I wish the developers were up right now so they could watch, so they can kind of see everybody's raw opinion. Obviously, the Discord itself serves as that, but the Discord can be a little ridiculous at times, to the point where, like, I'm not even making this game, and half the comments in the Discord piss me off. I will say, you have to have a lot of patience to make video games in this day and age. Because the entitlement from children is wild. And by children, I mean they could be adults, too. They just act like children. The biggest problem, I think, a lot of it, too, is this game came out on console like this. PC players are used to this. Console players are not. Console players are used to, like, Gran Turismo 7. The definition of polish. By the way, if I'm yelling, let me know. Because I'm going based off the audio of the game, so if I tend to yell, you know, sorry. Because if I lower the gain of my microphone, then you won't hear me when I'm actually talking normal. But I also know, and I have to acknowledge this, that I am the unicorn PMR player. And by that I mean, I have a great time. I don't have the problems that a lot of people do. O'Miley in chat, OG, he has, as he's also playing on PC, he has plenty of horsepower. He has a very different opinion or experience than I do. His game crashes all the time. My game hasn't crashed since, like, the release state of the game. 1503 and 1504, I've had 0 crashes. It's actually kind of wild how stable the game is for me compared to what other people are going through. And I do attribute some of that to NVIDIA GPUs versus AMD GPUs. And that, unfortunately, is out of everybody's control. That is the nature of gaming on an AMD GPU. Games usually take priority in optimizing on NVIDIA GPUs. Oh, this poor bastard. He's trying. Cut him some slack. I don't know how he spun out there, though. Like... Well, like, case in point, I just joined a random person's lobby. So far, pretty solid experience. I haven't hit anybody, no one's hit me. Had some close calls, but pretty solid. But I also know that I am the anomaly in the situation here. I'm also driving on the softer side right now. Not chasing a perfect line, not pushing. I'm in first by a good amount. I'm just kind of chilling, chatting, admiring what there is to be admired about the game. And also drinking a beer, which I need a second one. I am the unicorn. You're damn right. I couldn't be happier that I am the unicorn. I'll say that. But I do wish everybody else was having an equal experience. Because as much as I could potentially have fun with this, if no one else is playing it because they're not, then there's only so much I can do, you know? But I will say this. There are, maybe it's just because most of my current audience when it comes to sim racing is this game, but if I host custom lobbies, or open lobbies, whichever you want to call it, in this game, I fill the lobbies up every time, effortlessly. So, games like Race Room, AMS2, I get a couple people. That's about it. Mind you, there are much bigger streamers who play those publicly. But this game, from a viewership, it's kind of hysterical. AMS2, ACC, Race Room, way more people concurrently playing it, at least on PC. But when I stream, my viewership numbers on this game are like 4 to 5 times as good with PMR versus the rest. And I know it's not me. I know I'm not doing anything special. But what that tells me, from an analytics standpoint, is there are a lot more people waiting around for this game to be what they want. So they're watching it. They're not committed to playing it, but they're watching it. Which tells me, to answer the own question that I've asked, can this game recover? I very much think this game can absolutely recover. I've seen way too many games over the years be doomed on release that became some of the most popular games to play. I still think there is one key thing, though, that needs to happen. And I don't think it ever will, which could potentially damage this game in the long term. But I'm not going to say his name because I just don't care. But the CEO of Straight 4 kind of needs to come out with his own video taking accountability for the game, not blaming his developers, his staff, none of that. Taking sole accountability for the game's release date, because it technically is his fault. Whether he wants to admit it or not, it is. The CEO is always at fault, even if there was nothing the CEO could have done. Because at the end of the day, it's the CEO's job to hire everybody, put together the team, do everything correctly, negotiate with the publisher. The CEO is the man in charge. So when something fails under the eyes of the CEO, it's the CEO's fault. If he hired shitty developers, that's on him. Although based off of, I'm not going to pretend I know the talent pool of this, of Straight 4 versus like Kunos and other developers, but I definitely feel like there's talent in Straight 4, and it was just a mismanaged financial situation between the publisher and the CEO. That would be my guess. If I had to just, you know, throw a dart at the board and see what stuck, that would be my guess. Because what this game does well, it does the absolute best. But there's only a few of those things, that's the problem. And right now, console players are the people who would really thrive with a game like this. PC players don't need PMR to be good because they have so many sims that are good. Console players, they don't have anything. They've got Gran Turismo 7, and while Gran Turismo 7, there's a lot of fun to be had there because it's a good video game, with respect to Gran Turismo 7, the actual driving physics is terrible. It's just, I don't even know. I don't even know what to call it other than it's just not good. But you have to really experience all of the other racing sims to come to that conclusion. You can't just play Gran Turismo 7, get used to it, and then say the driving sucks. You really have to see what else is out there. Last lap, Evan. Don't screw it up. You got an easy win in front of you. You're only winning by 26 seconds. Overall, though, good experience. Just joined a random lobby. Yes, there was some contact from other people, but nobody hit me, and I didn't hit anybody. I drove very defensively in the first lap, though. And the rest of it has just been some solo laps. I will say, majority of my actual winning in sim racing is on PMR. I don't know if the physics just benefit me, or if the talent pool in it is just not as high. 146.7. That's actually not a bad lap. I will take that. But look at though. Case in point, guys. Look at this. Console player, PC, me. Console, PC. Console. If that doesn't tell you where your target audience should be with this game, and I'm a PC player saying that, console players, they need the love that this game is. All right, let me read some chat now. Let me grab a beer first, quick. Let me do that, and then we'll jump back to it. That was a fun race. I can't lie. Now, that's obviously not every, experience. But that was a good one. I also do some of my best racing when I'm not paying attention to racing and I'm just driving. Whenever I'm trying is when I do my worst. All right, let's see. Let's read some of these comments here. All right. Lincoln says, I stream and support PMR, but honestly, Ian Bell may have permanently destroyed PMR and made it hard for new sims moving forward. Well, like I said earlier, if he makes that video, that will do a lot in the court of public opinion. going to back out of this, Joe, just so I don't slow anybody down. I'm not trying to do that again. Met says, it won't recover on PC. I've given the game more time than most, and I really like the driving experience in the game. But the bugs, crashes, cheating going on for PC, I don't think it will ever recover. Console users will prosper as long as devs fix the bugs. I slightly agree with that sentiment. I think that if the game recovers, it's not a will it recover on PC or will it recover on console. I think it's just going to recover or it doesn't. Because that's not the way, like, sort of like the Me Too popularity is. And case in point is that right now, LMU, while it is good, it is still a one-trick pony, and it's flourishing because of Me Too. It's the popular thing to do right now, and everybody wants in on it. Gran Turismo 7 is a console-only game that's bigger than all of the Sims, and it's popular because of Me Too. So, I think if PMR recovers, it's never gonna, I don't think it'll ever have, to where I do agree with that statement, I don't ever think it'll have the player base on PC compared to the PC-only Sims. However, I don't ever look at a game from a console-only, PC-only, I guess that's it. I guess mobile. But I look at global. How many people are playing this game on everything, every way possible? So for me, this game, the numbers, the concurrent number of people playing it, the sales numbers, all matter console and PC, period. Whereas, let's say LMU, as of right now, they're saying it's coming to console. We'll see. As of right now, though, you can't compare PC PMR numbers to PC LMU numbers. You have to compare console and PC numbers of PMR globally to everything LMU can do globally, which is just PC. So if it flourishes on console and PC players can play with console players, I don't care if I'm on a PC or not. The game is doing great. The game's a lot of fun, and there's a lot of people watching it, which helps streamers out. So I just look at it from a global number standpoint, which I do agree with your metrics, though, that it's going to do a lot better on console than PC. But I don't think it's doomed on PC. I think if the game is good and people like it, whether people are on PC or console or not, they're going to play it. Me personally, being on PC, and I also have this on my PS5 Pro, I've played it back and forth to compare. Now, I haven't made any videos about it because there's a lot of videos that stewing around in my brain that I just haven't made that I should make, and I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot there. But point is, the experience on my particular PC is far better than everybody's experience on console. So yeah. Let's see. Brian Burns. I go between this and AMS2, so I'm familiar with being patient with issues. That's the thing. If you come from the PC space, in general with video games, you're used to being patient. Most of the people I think that are complaining about this game, like publicly, are console players. Because console players don't get broken games very often. Or I should say incomplete games. I think Ian Bell may have been the last straw of Sims, making promises and hype only to deliver a broken buggy that spends years bringing the game to a polished state. I don't think this game needs more than 6 months if the developers are working confidently and not being pressured, like the environment has good morale. 6 months, this game will be solid. If the morale at the studio is poor, it's going to need over a year. But the biggest problem, Lincoln, that a lot of people are doing, and you're kind of doing it right now, but you're just stating it more of like a statement and more of your opinion, but is the amount of people that have attached themselves to Ian Bell and not the game. I don't give a shit who makes this game, who's in charge of the company. If the game is fun and good, I'm going to play it. For example, not to throw too much information out there, but I'm not an Elon Musk fan. I never really have been, long before this whole recent AI bubble nonsense, all of this, Skynet nonsense world. But anyway, I've never really liked Elon Musk. However, I've always liked Tesla. I support the Tesla cars. I support the technology, because you have to understand, you are relegating an entire company's worth of effort into making a product to one person who you might not like. Yes, they are an important position in that company, but I never, ever, ever, ever will put a company's regard to just the CEO. Because the CEOs, most of the time, not all the time, most of the time, are pieces of dirt. I had to preemptively censor myself there. Pieces of dirt. With a lot of good people who work at the company. So, I will never, ever, ever damn an entire company based off of one person in charge. Ever. Because regardless of what people think, the CEO is just actually, they're far more expendable. But they're one person, so we're going based off of numbers here. They are just as expendable as every other individual person in the company. I don't know Ian Bell. He could be a nice guy. He could be a piece of dirt. I don't know. I don't care. None of that matters to me. When I play PMR, do I have fun? Is it a good time? Those are the things that I judge a game based off of. Is the the cost dynamic, is it egregious? Like, the people complaining about what PMR costs versus what you got have never played iRacing or even Race Room, for example. I've spent probably $300, $350 on Race Room, all discounted prices. I spent more than that on iRacing. Now I would say I do have more content in Race Room than in this, but not in iRacing. There's way more game here than iRacing for me, and I've spent 5 times as much money. So, I understand for a console player why the cost would piss you off versus what you got, because you're used to a certain market style of this is what the game costs, you buy the game, and this is what you get. But in the sim racing world, it's a very different niche sort of, slowly ripping you off style of payment plan. And in this case, this is still not like, all right. I'm going to get some shit for this, but I don't really care. Hot take. I have AC Evo in its final form, or by its final form, I mean its current form. AC Evo 0.41 or 0.4.1, whatever. PMR 1.4.0.4. Which would I rather play? 10 out of 10 times, I'd rather play PMR. There's nothing in AC Evo right now. Now, to me, AC Evo is a playable demo. And it has, in my opinion, bugs that are far more impacting on the overall scenario than PMR. This game doesn't have a memory leak. AC Evo absolutely does. I will start the game, AC Evo, with a set amount of performance, and as I play it, my performance just degrades and degrades. My frame times start skyrocketing. My frame rate starts dropping. Everything becomes a stuttery mess. And then I close the game and reopen it, and it all resets. That's called a memory leak. And I've seen that happen quite a few times. Now, again, its excuse is it's early access, and that's fine. That is fine. I am not faulting AC Evo. I'm not at all. I have the feeling AC Evo is probably going to be one of the best sims once it hits 1.0 and then has further time to develop. However, right now in its early access state versus PMR in whatever state you'd want to call this, which I call early access, even though it's not marketed that way, PMR is a better game. I know that's a hot take that people aren't going to agree with, but that's the great thing about debating. We all don't have to agree. Let's see. I would be stunned if another publisher gives a check to Ian at this point. I don't think here's the thing. I don't think Ian has a future. If all of this is truly his fault, which, yes, it's usually always the CEO's fault. They're responsible for everything, whether it's actually their fault or not. They are responsible. But if this is truly his fault, yes, I think this is the nail in Ian Bell's coffin. But I could be wrong. Maybe he'll turn it around. The Discord feels like Reddit. It absolutely does. It's horrifying. Like, I'm in the Discord, and I see a lot of honest opinions, and then I see some people where it's like, why are you so emotional right now? You realize you're playing a video game. If you are this pissed off about the loss of $70 for what you got, you need to go outside and get a real hobby. Or stay inside and get a real hobby. Either way, get another hobby that costs more than $70. I have 108 hours in PMR right now for the $100 it cost. The amount of things that I haven't done for 108 hours that I've spent far more money on, like, you need to experience more of that before you lose your mind over what this game costs. Yeah, and O'Malley, the RX 9070 XT is a very, very, very good GPU. But unfortunately, video game development always favors, in the early stages, NVIDIA. It's just the way it's why I don't have an AMD graphics card. It's why I've never had an AMD graphics card. I would love to buy into that ecosystem to get away from NVIDIA. I know that losing my business would not in any way even come close to being a blip on their smallest of radars. You know, I would be the equivalent of an ant on their flyover radar. So, but I would still feel better about myself putting my mouth or my money where my mouth is, you know. But unfortunately, day one support, NVIDIA is always supported. They're number one. And they're always going to be that way until they stop making GPUs. When NVIDIA stops making consumer GPUs, which could be sooner than later, that's when I think that will be the best thing for AMD. And especially Intel with their Arc series. That's going to be huge. I think you'll start seeing those cards on day one being a lot better. But unfortunately, yes, the 9070 XT, while being a fantastic video card, you need to wait like 6 months after every game release before that video card runs scalable to what it should. And that's just the industry we're in, guys. It's not AMD's fault. It's all of the order of operations and the development side of things. No matter how much they patch PMR or how many people enjoy it, I just don't want people to forget they tried to sneak a broken game on the shelves. I agree, but at the same time, that's not going to stop it. People forget. Look at CD Projekt Red. I'm... Appreciate the sub. Old retired guy, Mike. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, though, that won't be the case. People forget. Once the game gets good, they're going to forget all about how bad it was in the beginning. Now, maybe the company will get better next time, but CD Projekt Red wildly turned around Cyberpunk 2077. Unless you were there on day one and experienced it, no one remembers that. And even then, most people don't care. I experienced it. And I know right now that it's a fantastic game that I would love to unfortunately, I haven't replayed it. That's the crazy thing. I was there for the CD Projekt Red Cyberpunk 2077 massive day one failure. And I bought it. And I played it. I didn't return it. I just played it and dealt with it. Now, it's an incredible experience, and I haven't replayed it. But I'll give it the credit that they recovered the game. The Witcher 4 coming out. I'm going to have that on day one. So, while yes, I agree, it's important to remind people that they did this, because they did the exact same thing, guys. They did it worse, in my opinion. No one cares. No one remembers. And if they do remember, they just don't care. You know? And I'll be honest with you, I'm guilty of the same thing. I don't really care either. As long as they stop doing it, I don't care. You know? Hey, can you guys elaborate when you say the physics aren't good in GT7 aside from the temperature? Just the overall handling characteristics of the cars in general. There's just not a lot going on there. You know? I can't predict what the car is going to do. The only way you really essentially get good at Gran Turismo 7 is by playing Gran Turismo 7 and just knowing when you have to brake, when you have to turn in. But as far as the information the car tells you, there's not a lot going on there. It's very numb, very... I get the same sensations on a wheel that I do on a controller. Yes, there's force feedback there, but there's a reason why controller players are almost better than your average wheel player on Gran Turismo 7. The diehard Sims controller players are usually second. If everyone gives PMR a slap on the wrist for being broken on release, It says to the other devs that it's fine, it's broken, we'll fix it later, and gamers shouldn't accept that. I agree with you 100%, O'Miley. I just don't see that being the case. I really don't. I see Straight 4 maybe getting better, because we'll see when Witcher 4 releases if CD Projekt Red learn from their mistakes with Cyberpunk. But the industry, there's a reason why they released this game in this state. Because they knew they could. And unfortunately, in their particular case, it didn't work out as well as maybe they had hoped. But a lot of games release like this because they can get away with it. Brian Burns, I've always felt that if they ported AMS2 over to console, they would take the crown on console. Yeah, but do you have any idea how problematic AMS2 would be on console for a while? Or at least they would need another early access cycle. But I do agree, this game doesn't have much of a place if AMS2 existed on console. I went back to Race Room, AMS2, and Forza until all this gets better with PMR and Rensport. Near LED, not true for Tesla. The value of the company hinges on him. He leaves, value goes through the roof. I'm not sure what is not true, though, about what I said. What you said could be potentially true, but that doesn't change the fact that what I gave was my personal subjective opinion on Tesla, and that I don't like Elon and couldn't care less about Elon, and I in no way relegate him or the company to him. If he leaves or gets replaced, that doesn't change my tune on Tesla. And that was all I said. Whether the court of public opinion completely changes on Elon being there, absolutely. If he leaves the company, Tesla's going to skyrocket. Because there's a lot of people that don't like Elon that will fault Tesla because of him. I'm just not one of those people. I have PMR and PC and PS5, and I love it and have no problem with Bell, but at the same time, if he'd been honest and released the game in early access on PC, only gamers would have been patient. So, what I will say is what I said earlier. If he does what CD Projekt Red did and released a video taking sole responsibility, that would go miles for the court of public opinion. People like me who don't know him, have never had a conversation with him, would go, okay, I'll give you a fair shake moving forward. And then if he does a good job moving forward from that video, most people, I'm sorry, but the Ian Bell haters, you are the minority of people. Most people are like me and have no clue who Ian Bell is, and didn't know who Ian Bell was until this game came out. Now, obviously the die-hard Project Cars people are the ones I'm referring to being the minority. But at the end of the day, globally, people playing video games, yes, people who know who Ian Bell are, you are very, 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 very much the minority of people. Let's see. F125 is the only sim that has crossplay with minimal bugs, so I expected bugs with PMR and bought it anyway, but I didn't expect Bell to take as many arrows as he did. Gotcha. Let's see. Dave Mace, 1. I want to love this sim, but I agree with you. It needs the AI, track limit, penalty system, and internet issues fixed. Those, I think, are the biggest things. Yes, there's a lot of bugs with the game, but you could fix all of those lots of little bugs, and the state of the game isn't going to be any better. The primary things need to get fixed. Number one, internet connectivity issues, all of them. Peer-to-peer, server-related, whatever it is, the connecting to ranked, connecting to other people, connecting to whatever it is, needs to be a better process. It needs to be reliable. Then, that's number one. Number two, we need to make the collision physics, because yes, you can make arguments all you want about the AI. The AI could still suck. They could not change a single thing with the AI if they make the collision physics make sense. So I'll just reference iRacing, not their tire model, but I'm talking about specifically their collision physics. The hitting another player, not what happens when you hit a player and your tires all of a sudden lose grip, because in iRacing, if you factor their tires into iRacing's collision physics, then iRacing's collision physics are terrible. But I actually think iRacing's collision physics are incredible. The same with Race Room. So if you take the collision physics of those two sims and apply that to this, where it's more of a crunch and it's less impacting to either person, and it really feels like, yeah, we just slightly touched each other and our fairings, our fenders got a little damaged cosmetically, but it didn't impact anything, that would go a massive way in terms of your racing, even with AI. Because the reality is, the slightest bit of contact against AI, real people, whatever, punts the cars. Da-dung! It's like bumper cars. It's like it's amplified. Anybody ever seen the movie Flubber with Robin Williams in the 90s? It feels like every single car in PMR is covered in flubber. So the tiniest little impact bounces the cars away. Now, the AI doesn't fall in the same physics of what happens when they make contact, so that part could be addressed too as well. But as far as the AI, when they contact you, how they drive, I don't actually think it's that bad by comparison to other sims. It's what happens when you make contact that makes the AI feel so bad. So that would be number 2. And then number 3, what was the third one I mentioned? I actually forgot. I mentioned 3 things while racing. Those are the first 2. Third one's clearly not as important. I'm not sure what the third one was. Because there's like a lot of... Post the first 3, there's a lot of small problems. So I'm just trying to remember what that one that just made it in the top 3 was. Because I'm thinking of a bunch of different things. I don't remember what I said. If you guys could remind me in chat what it was that I said. AJ Bunk, I love my Tesla. Good. Teslas are incredible. They're phenomenal cars. The collision physics in PMR is essentially the 4 balls you see in an office desk. Yes. The pendulum. The pendulum. Is it a pendulum? Yes. Exactly. Exactly. That is the perfect analogy, sir. Warms my heart to see you enjoying our game. We're working hard to fix and improve it, and I assure you we all feel bad about the state of the things at launch. Nobody even knew it was that buggy. So, I will say, my question to you is in the last thing you said there, and I appreciate you for commenting, but I have to ask, what was it played on? I feel like there's just almost no way that you guys, at least someone didn't know that it was that buggy, or at least had this many bugs, because was it, trying to think here, was it like the honeymoon? Because like even I admit I was in the honeymoon stage of the game, but the more you play it, the more the bugs shine through the honeymoon stage. But the only thing I can think of is like the honeymoon stage just put on blinders for people, including developers. Because again, there is a lot of good here. But it's like, the best thing I can say is this. This is my analogy for the presentation. I don't know about what you guys like for sandwiches, but fill in the blanks for your favorite sandwich. Me personally, James Spurgeon, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Sorry if I butchered your last name. But imagine, for me, my favorite sandwich is in Italian. A real good Italian sub with the greatest ingredients. Really, it starts with the bread. The best bread, fresh bread. Everything is real good. And then somewhere over in the corner, there's a guy with a blender with a bunch of shit in it. And it comes out like a sauce. And he spreads some shit sauce on the top of your favorite sandwich. And he folds it and wraps it and delivers it to you. It's got so much good in there. Some of the best you could possibly put in that sandwich. But all you focus on is the shit spread that's in there. That's what bugs feel like in a good potential video game. They're hard to ignore. So, that's where I just give you the Ricky Bobby, I don't know what to do with my hands right now. That being said, though, I have honest confidence. Now, I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, then that is what it is. I have never had a problem admitting I'm wrong. The average person, it's the hardest thing for a man to say, I don't know. But if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I do think that inside of 6 months, you're going to see this game be really good. Whether PC players want to give it a chance or not, I don't really care. I'll be honest with you. I truly don't care. For me, do I like the game? And there are enough people playing it for me to play it? It's an offline game. So if they dial in the single player stuff, and let's just say, hypothetically, in a year's time, they abandoned this game. But in that 1 year, they turn this game around and make it fantastic. And it's an offline game. I can now continue to play this game offline or peer-to-peer. Because if there's no, if they don't host any servers and it's all peer-to-peer, then you'll always have peer-to-peer. So why do I care? If the game at that point is great, it's something for me to play. I don't know about you guys. I've been playing video games since video games were video games. If I want to bust out my N64, my OG N64, and play with 4 people some GoldenEye or Mario Kart, I can, and I will love every second of it. Why do I care if a million other people in the world are playing it or no one's playing it? I, with my own items, are playing it and having fun. That's how I view all games. I think, however, the games that come out that are mandatory online, that is poor taste. Like, for example, Gran Turismo 7 is one of them. If Gran Turismo 7 goes offline tomorrow, guess what? The game is useless. That's not good. Hopefully, if that ever did happen, they would figure out something to make it so that you don't lose access to your account moving forward, but that's besides the point. Can't really say too much, but yeah, we're probably all too close to our baby and didn't see the problems as clearly as we should, and deadlines suck. The deadline suck part is a big part of the video game industry, and that I can definitely give you some leeway on. The average consumer does not look at the industry business model of start to finish. They just look at what was delivered to them, and that's all they care about. And that's, in their defense, that's all they should care about. But that was where I mentioned earlier with it all comes down to the leadership of the company, because they start everything. At the end of the day, leadership has to have the balls to be like, listen, to their publisher, we need to extend our deadline. Now, none of us know what's going on with Rockstar. None of us know what's going on with GTA 6. We're all hopeful that they keep extending the game to deliver a day one good game. That's what we're hoping. Rockstar has the power to do that. That's why we're hoping that. But no one should lie to themselves and expect that game to be perfect on day one. I don't. I expect it to be, personally, a nightmare on day one. But maybe all these years in development, they're going to deliver. They're going to put the video game industry on notice. And no one's going to play anything else. We'll see. That being said, I try and live inside my own personal little bubble. And I'm playing PMR right now, so I'm focusing on this. All right, let's jump back into lobbies and see what we got. Newton's Cradle. Yep. Appreciate the sub, Nick. I don't know how you got the YouTube name Nick, but good for you. There's a lot of other Nicks out there that are jealous. All right, let's see. Custom lobbies. I'm running to the bathroom quick. I wonder if this video is going to get copyright claim by Collab DRM as well, or DM, whatever the hell it is. I'll be interested to see. I got to keep my face on screen as much as possible because a live stream got demonetized. I ended up taking it down anyway, but it got demonetized because I was just jumping in and out of a bunch of different games, and I played Rensport, and I forgot to put my face on the screen, and I was running through Nordschleife, and I literally got video copyright claimed for it saying recovers from one collision and then avoids another. I'm sorry, are you copyright claiming all accidents in automobiles? So, and I of course I did a Google search and I YouTube searched it, and sure enough, Collab DRM all over the place, just copywriting original content for no reason. There's not even referencing anything else, you know? So be careful out there. Anyway, all right, so let's jump back in here and see what we got. Mount Panorama Circuit NGTC. I don't have enough experience on NGTs to really trust myself in that class, but you know what? Screw it. Damage is off. That means I can have a little bit more fun. All right, so oh, it's this way, NGT. I know I don't like the BMW NGT, but supposedly the Mantera. All right, chat. For those of you who are into this, what's your favorite go-to NGT car? Because I don't really have enough. I will say this is one of this class, the 964 and this class, the Sports Car 70, are the classes that I have most neglected. Group 5, GTO, GT3, GT1, Group C. Those are my main classes. Those are what I really like. Well, I shouldn't say I really like the GT3. It's the most common form of racing, so it's kind of what I have to do, you know. But at least they're fine, so I don't care. Boris seems to like the TVR. All right, okay, that's fine. Ooh, I like that purple. Go with that purple. Morgan. This I have seen streamed a lot. Ooh. Anybody ever seen League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? I'm getting vibes of that right now. Well, you know, let's try the TVR. That brings me back to like my OG Gran Turismo days, like Gran Turismo, not with a number after it. Oh wait, I don't want to create a server. What am I doing? What a dope. Meant to join the lobby. Actually, there's more lobbies up there. You know, I already committed to it mentally, so let's do it. Let's join it. Also, fun fact, at some point this week, I'm going to be getting fiber. I still have decent internet. I have 1,000 over 35 because I don't have fiber. But I have really good Wi-Fi. Everything's stable here. So when I do host lobbies, I'm hoping fiber is even more stable. But we'll see. Fearless Gibbon. Recognize that name. Is that a streamer? Fearless Gibbon? I recognize that name. I get a lot of, like a lot of smaller, man, look at this, though. Only PC player. But you know what, though? I'm okay with that. Like, if there's one thing I hate about PC, is the PC master race. And I have built PCs for maybe 30 years, 28 years. Yet, I've also owned every single console that's ever come out, while simultaneously still playing on PC. So, this whole, let's just say hypothetically, what was it? Mez? Is that what it was? Mets VR said earlier about it not being successful on, he can see it not being successful on PC in the future, but being successful on console. That's fine. I don't care. If every single lobby, if I enter a lobby of 50 people playing and I can do it consistently, and I'm the only one here with a monitor instead of a controller, I don't care. I care this much. Zero. Zilch. Nada. None of that matters to me. I don't think because I game on PC that I'm in like my own special league that I can only compete in my league. I am such a proponent of crossplay. I think every sim on computer is making a massive mistake by only making it on computer. Crossplay is king. And oh, that was my first crash, and ironically, it was joining a lobby. So we know that that can happen. So if you're still in here, the Brendonian, I mean, I'm sure you already know. I'm sure you've got dozens and dozens of complaints about that stuff, what just happened there. But, so for fun fact, I do not join lobbies. I host lobbies. So, if you're that guy that joins lobbies and you have crashes, I can't say you're not experiencing that, because I just did. Let's try again, though. I don't know if that lobby's still up. Multiplayer. One thing that's good about this, though, nobody talks about this, because it's whatever. But, yeah, lobby's gone. Is how fast this game actually loads up. AMS2, Race Room, iRacing. You could make a sandwich from the time you click Go Race to the time you're actually in the race. Well, all right, we're not getting in that race after all that chat. Here, let's do this. Let's see what happens. For those of you guys in chat, if you could make a recommendation, what would you like to see me race? Which class? The PC community sent a strong message to PMR. We're not paying full price for a broken game. It can't be ignored. The customer sentiment cannot be ignored. My only thing is this. I have to say this. There are lots of people that are decent people who work for companies that people will trash, and it's completely out of their control. So I will say, in the defense of the people at the company, go easy on how you deliver said message. Because if you want to see this game get good, you have to understand morale needs to be good. If morale is bad, it's straightforward, the game's never going to get good. Or it's going to take a lot longer to get there. Whereas if the team comes in supercharged, ready to go, confident, like, all right, let's fix this, let's deliver a great game, that is going to get the process done a lot sooner than if everybody comes in hanging their head thinking that they are public enemy number one. You know? Can you explain what you meant about ranked racing? It's more problematic in this right now, and if you're on PC, that's the key part of what I said. If you're on PC, avoid the ranked play because there's much better ranked play in other sims right now. And I like AMS2. I'm a big AMS2 fan, which in my opinion, PMR and AMS2 are the most closely comparable games. AMS2 has a pretty terrible rank system that I don't even get myself involved with. I don't waste my time. If I want to race ranked, I go on Race Room or iRacing or something that has a real distinct, firm, set in stone. You know, here's a number attached to your name, and it means something. Spreading negative energy of any type regarding these bugs and glitches helps no one. I agree, but it's important to let the world know that it exists, and it's why I try... Yeah, if you're on console, give it a shot. I'll be honest with you, if I was on console, though, I wouldn't even be playing a ranked racing game. I would just be enjoying whatever I can enjoy, having fun. I don't like ranked racing, personally, and I can play anything. I'm a casual, that's the thing. But I understand the side of competition because I come from real-life competitive racing. So for me, I understand it. However, let's go GT3. Everybody plays GT3. Oh, it's GTE. Seeing as if there's any Nordschleifers out there. We really need qualifying, though, do we? Nah, we don't. Just do, let's do a 2-lapper. Yep, 2 laps. Oop, wrong way. Pristine track. Confirm. Summer. Let's do autumn. Looks better. I like the look of autumn in this game. Let's see. 2 laps. Start time. We're going to oh, wait, no. Ooh, no, never mind. Let's do 12. Let's do noon. I want to be able to see. Penalties, damage. You know, let's turn damage off for the sake of... I don't want people to hit and ruin their race. And it is the Nordschleife after all, so... Anybody familiar with the referee expression, I'm fair but I'm firm? That's how video game feedback should be. And I feel like I fall into that. And in my opinion, when you're reviewing anything, when you're talking about something, you have to compare. And there are times where this game it makes me rage quit because of its problems. But I get over it because I'm an adult, or at least I pretend I'm an adult. And I come back to it, and I still have fun. You know, that crash there, while it's a bummer that I missed out on the race, I don't care. Like, it doesn't ruin my day. I'm not emotional about it. War Dog, 86. I assume that's your birthday. If so, we're the same age. Yeah, there's, the sim racing space is tough. I can tell you that, first of all, if I could do anything I wanted from a nerd standpoint, I would never be making video games. I would be playing video games, but I would never make them. It's a hard industry to be in. You just never get any compliments. Like, I've been in a lot of businesses. It's rare to get a compliment from a coworker or a superior. So that's super rare. And then once you deliver a product, it's rare to get a compliment, even if the game is perfect. So I could never do it. But then the sim racing space is even more toxic. Oh, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. But, that being said, though, I don't know how well hosting is going to go for me right now because it's not a good time zone for me. It's Sunday at 5 p.m. And if you notice a lot of Americans joining, there's also a lot of Americans watching football, which I couldn't care less about. But I get it. So I'm going to ready up. Keep in here who we can. War Dog 8. Yes, sir. All right. Good to hear it. Us old folk playing video games still. But, like, does everybody understand my point, though, about how I don't care if you're on PC or console? If there are 1 million people playing this game, and they're all on console, and there's 3 people playing it on PC, but I can play with the people on console, why do I care? That's the beauty of crossplay. I'm running to the bathroom quick before this race gets going, because this is a, 15-minute race. And also, too, folks, just remember, if the experience is buggy, play with your favorite alcohol. This is my favorite alcohol. I'm not sponsoring Modelo in any way, so please don't think I'm doing that. I just happen to choose Modelo. Bloody Marys are my favorite. But just know, alcohol will soften the delivery of some of the problems. Go Bills! Yeah, Sunday streams aren't common for me. Wife's out of town, so I'm sitting here watching TV. I'm like, God, TV sucks. I don't want to stream on Sunday because I don't want people to think I'm going to stream on Sunday. But at the same time, I'm like, well, if I'm going to play any of these games, I'm just going to stream it because I got a lot to say. Your favorite weed will do? Exactly. Not helping you to deal with the dry January? Yeah. Sorry. Just pretend it's, unfortunately, the only thing that this would look like is urine, so don't pretend it's that. That's not any better. Alright, best track on the planet. My favorite GT3 car. Wish more Sims had the Mustang. Oh, tie mat. Oh, don't punt me. Just don't punt me. That's all I ask. The flubber on the cars are strong. Please don't punt me. Alright, good. I don't have to worry about you punting me. You just went sideways. I think that was the Tiamat guy who broke out, so... Oh, maybe not. I don't even know. I will say, though, if you focus on the good, it's a much easier pill to swallow. Force feedback is just good. I know controller players don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But the force feedback on this blows away your favorite sim. Maybe not AC1. Again, like I said earlier, I have not had any real time with AC1. So, a lot of people say that's the best force feedback. But I've played everything else. This is the best. All I'm saying is, Brendonian, please, please, please polish the game, because I want to be able to play this game and not deal with all the crybabies, and also, my friends have a good time as well. You know, because there's promise here. You guys know there is. Yeah, I don't need to explain it to you. But I also need to explain the problem, so... Trying not to look at chat. Gotta focus. I want to look at chat because, you know, a couple Modelos and my brain like to talk. But I focus on winning. Oh, that was already terrible. Trap racing's coming for me. Also, am I yelling? I know I asked that before, but I didn't see any comments on it. Because I know for a fact my volume is a lot louder when I'm racing than when I'm not racing. I gotta work on that. Also, folks, when the next patch comes out, because like I know a lot of you guys watch me for PMR content, and I haven't done much of it lately. But when the next patch comes out, I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and blame the Modelo in that it's Sunday, and I'm technically not working today, even though this is technically the same exact thing. But anyway, when the next patch comes out, I will be covering all of it the same way I do when a patch comes out. Actually, I'll be honest with you, it's my favorite thing to do. And I don't even want to... I'm not going to glaze PMR and say it's specifically them. Anytime a patch comes out for, you know, any of the things that I like to do, video games of any kind, I like covering it. It's just fun. I like to... the nerd in me likes to, like, diagnose, you know? But a game that has... you know, not to take shots, but a game that has a fair amount of bugs, like, oh god, Jesus, I should probably focus on driving, huh? Here comes Dr. Alien. Oh god, let's keep it safe. I gotta get off the rev limiter. But when a game has bugs and a new patch comes out, I like nerding out over, like, what they fix, the changes, how it works, stuff like that. It's just fun. Oh, no! Why'd you... Oh, man. I was looking forward to, having to race. Which one was that? Who was that spun out? I know they didn't hit me because you would have heard the, you know, Streets of Rage punt sound. Brendonian, a personal recommendation. The audio sound of contact, more mechanical, less like sound. So if that wasn't DRS, unless they recovered. Not for nothing, guys. It's why I picked the Mustang. It's not as fast, but you can trust it. You start to get a little cocky with any of the mid-engine cars, like the Vet or the Porsche, you're going to go for a ride like that. Someone returned to pit. Must have been War Dog, I think. Unless he's been in there the whole time. But as far as the impact audio sound, in terms of like the importance of it, it's not important. Oh, shouldn't have downshifted. This DRS alien hunting me down again. Doctor's alien, maybe? Oop. Yeah, and it's very strange with the audio because, like, this game, like, the number one thing I would give this game is, like, what it's the best at is the audio. Which is why the impact audio is so, like... Wait, where did that come from? Like, it feels like they grabbed the wrong file when they uploaded the sound. I can definitely give it to Doctor's Alien. They are faster than me. But you got to get in front of me to win. That's the end of the day. That's all that matters in racing. Max Verstappen didn't win F1 this year. He is objectively the best driver. Where is this? Like, I don't... Steadily pulling on me. Person's pretty good. I'll give him that. That's not good driving, though. That's not how you stay away from them. No! Well, at least you're in front of me now. Not my favorite way to take the lead, though, buddy. That being said, though, you are faster, so enjoy it. I'm not going to sit here. Oh, my God. Now I got to get back. All right. Now we're falling apart. Now our tires are way too hot from spinning out. Yeah, we got no grip. Yeah, not too good. I'm sure they're working on the tire model. Because it's autumn right now and my tires are done. Yeah, we got nothing. We have no grip right now. Probably going to stick to medium tires because I think I've done the Nordschleife quite a few times. Oh my God, now I'm just driving like terrible. And I found the medium tires, even in the colder months on the Nordschleife, are the way to go. You can do a one-lap sprint on the softs, but clearly, as you can see, 2 laps. They're cooling back down, so maybe I'll start to get a little bit more grip, but... He should wait for me. It's a golden rule of sim racing. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I agree, but I'm not gonna... I lost, what, 3 more positions after he passed me because I couldn't get back going. Once I spun out, my tires overheated. And as much as I hate... I wish it could be like, hey, they should definitely, like, you know, make the tires have better grip when they're hot. I can tell you from real life that I've had far more grip issues with an overheated tire than a cold tire, which is why I can't stand iRacing's tire model. I've had some phenomenal traction with ice cold, not ice cold, that's an exaggeration, with ambient temperature tires. However, tires that are too hot, they turn into like grease, and they just do not, they don't grip at all. So, while the ambient temperature medium tire will grip a little less, it's at least predictable, and it will last like that. $635, man, that's flying. Not for nothing, guys. That's flying. Do we think that's legit? I mean, I guess I have no room to say whether it's not or is, but $635 is flying. I would assume the car's at least got a setup on it. And he was a console player, so I highly doubt there was any level of cheating. But damn, because I've gone low 640s in the Mustang. That I did 649 my fastest lap, which was, I mean, that might have been because I got crashed in that last lap. That probably would have been if I didn't fall apart at the very end there a little bit faster. But I'm going to change the track. But I've never gone in the 630s in this game with a GT3 car. That's flying, man. Good for you. Wish you didn't punt me, but I'll give the credit where it's. See, this is how you got to review things. He was faster than me. I've never gone 635. He did. Congrats. But you didn't have to punt me out of the way. Anyway, let's see. Oh, where's Donington? Or Derby. Honestly, as easy as it is, wow. I'm going to blame Modelo whenever I fumble my words. Like Brianza, Derby. Whenever it's not the, like, licensed name, it's fun to poke fun, but at the same time, I don't care, because who cares? If you're going to save money anywhere, that's where I would save money, you know? Let me look at some of these. Let's see. Oh, boy, a lot of comments. You guys are active. Appreciate it. January, that was a really good playoff game from Buffalo. I have no horse in the NFL playoff race this year. I haven't paid attention to football since Tom Brady played for the Patriots, because I'm from New England. As a console player, I agree that there is promise. There's absolutely promise. Anybody denying that there's no promise to this game is honestly, I'm not even going to censor myself. You're full of shit. You might not like the game. You might not like Ian Bell, and that's fine. I don't care. But lying to yourself, well, you're not helping yourself in any way, so. Well, I like the vehicles of GT7. This is racing. This is way better than from a racing standpoint. But again, GT7 is, I wouldn't even call Gran Turismo 7 3 or 4 years of polish. I would call it 20 plus 30 years of progress since Gran Turismo. They've been making one game. Kaz has been responsible for making one particular game his entire life. You would expect it to be dialed, you know? Which is why I'm like, it's a bummer that... I mean, I will say there are certain things that Gran Turismo does the best, that are the best. Their scans of the cars are phenomenal. Their visuals, their engine is efficient. Look at this, though. Look at this, guys. You know what I can't do on the better Sims? Get this going. Look at this shit. AMS2 is the Madness Engine version of this that's been around for 5 years longer, that's polished. I can't do anything like this. So what if these are all controllers? Success doesn't matter if it's PC or controller. Success matters as the global number. I know it's hard for some people to look at, but I love numbers. I'm a big math guy. Yeah, Alien was fast. Not on the audio team, can't help there personally, but I'm sure the guys are still working hard to improve things. Solid answer. Solid answer. Yeah, no, honestly, the audio team is fantastic. It's weird. The audio they've done a fantastic job. And then there's like a few things that it's like they just completely missed the ball. And that's one of them. Actually, like a lot of the. I'm just reading some. I'm just catching up on comments before I run this out quick. These are good startup templates. I made further personal adjustments to settings that are directly at Mod Hub. We have some. All right, so it's all about mods and stuff like that, which is cool. I'm gonna run mediums. I'm already on mediums. The defaults. Drive. Let's go, boys. Sorry if I delayed anybody. Apologies. I'm drinking Modelo's and I'm trying to read chat. Multitasking. You know. But, like, okay, I really need to do, like, a real visual assessment of this game because the game is beautiful when you're not moving. All of the visual problems are during movement, which I know it's a racing game, right? So you're only moving. But, like, my point is that the visuals are there, but, like, look at that grass is the best looking grass I've ever seen. I guess that's the farming sim side of things. But, you know... It's there, but it's when you start moving is when the problems happen. All the artifacting, everything. Ooh, I just got treed bad. I don't think there was any... Wait, I got track limits? Oh, well. That's fine. Ah, I waited too long. No! Monica! Alright, y'all have some fun. I'm just gonna wait. Oh, helps to be in gear. Alright, let's see if I can work my way up the pack at all. I did it again! Oh no! Oh no! Oh. I gotta learn all the braking zones. I got a lot of them down, but not quite all of them, clearly. Trying to be courteous, not trying to win races. Wow, it's pushing me off the track. Come on, man. No reason to play like that. If I got a line, I got a line. Don't force me off the road. Probably stay in third right there if I got the right entry speed. Can't park there. I need to put that on a button. Donington is starting to become one of my favorite small tracks. I just got to learn these last couple turns a little bit better. I mean, in general, I got to learn the whole track better, but I shouldn't have driven off the track and given up my positioning like an idiot. It's like between 100 and 125 feels like the best braking zone right there. Waiting until you hit 100 to react is a little too late. We're good. Yeah, mediums work so much better. Really, it really feels like the softs are real short race tires or winter tires. Good race, boys. Good race. GG's, boys. Some fast people in here, man. So, supposedly the Audi needs a nerf. And the Audi is fast, I'll say that. Let's go get good race gas. Oh, let's go good... I read race gas. Definitely a good race. The little bump and forcing me off the road was a little unnecessary, but overall, good race. I should probably practice staying on the track. That's my own fault. All right, what track is next? That's the real question. I might, since there's a good amount of people, I might add a qualifier to it, since I know people do like qualifiers in the case of, you know, competition. Normally, if like it's, I don't really focus too much on adding stuff like that because I just want to get into races. So we'll do a quick 5-minute qualifier. I'll add that to it, and then we'll. Let me change the track again. What a dope. We'll do. Not a Monza fan myself, but maybe Brianza will be the one for me. That's a dad joke. Did anybody find it funny? Look at this. No other game can I fill lobbies this quickly. Even if it's with console players. One more time. Crossplay is king. I can't do this with any other game, by the way, when it comes to like filling a lobby like this. I have to say, on the side of complimenting this game, there is something about this game, and I haven't figured out what it is yet, that brings me back to wanting to play it over AMS2 and Race Room. Like, so AMS2 and Race Room, I would say, are currently podium in my favorites. And I feel like PMR is on the podium when it's good, and it's off the podium when it's those bad days, you know? But something about this game, it gives me something that I don't get from those other two, even though AMS2 is so close to it. I don't know what it is. Truly. Other than just fun. I'm gonna spectate some guys. Alright, so you know, let's do this. I want to show you what I mean. Alright, so let's look at the... Perfect. This is what we'll do. We're going to analyze some graphics when we're not moving. Of course, I'm looking at someone who's moving now. Alright, so there's clearly some... One thing I will say is this is where part of the game visually definitely needs some things worked out. And it's the shadow resolution and the shadow, I guess, would it be LOD? How far away it loads in and fully renders in. But there's a lot of, for example, me being on a 5090, I want to be able to extend, like, so right here, where my mouse is where the full resolution of shadows has stopped rendering. Right there. I want all of this, till as far as the eye can see, to fully render in. This needs... Oh, okay. Sorry. This here could use a resolution bump, the shadows. Like, look at the actual geo. But look at the look, the textures of the roads. Solid. Solid. And then the shadow. 4K. 480p. And then obviously I think the shadows in this game are the one thing visually that just needs like an overall increase in visuals. Everything else really kind of happens with movement. So let me see if I can get to... Like, look at what happens with the grass and all. I mean, I don't know. See, I don't know what this looks like on stream. But on my end, there is so much artifacting and visual noise with movement that you can't focus on the good visuals. The second the scenery stops moving, all of a sudden the image looks good, and it looks great. Like, watch, like, look at the stands. All right, I didn't get a chance to focus in. So I'm trying to show you where it's moving, and then something stops moving. It's gonna be really hard to do when I'm not in control of what's happening. So like right there. Moving, a lot of artifacting, lots of visual noise, and then when the scenery stops moving, all of the noise and artifacting stops, like the wall right there. Look at this fence. It all looks good when you're not moving. That to me is the biggest, like, how some people are like, oh, the graphics suck, and then people are like, oh, the graphics are decent. No, the graphics really are good. The problem is you're racing primarily, which is requiring movement, and when movement happens, artifacting and visual noise happens. Now, I've talked to a couple of the devs, and they say a lot of it has to do with DLSS and all of those. Oh, we got a vet out. We got a vet out. I think as a so any developers who might be listening, little Easter egg for some of the fans to get some good graces back. Take some of the Straight 4 and Project Motor Racing signs out and just put Ian Bell's face on them. If I were Ian Bell, I could be having so much fun with the hate towards me right now. I'd be putting targets on me in the game everywhere, all sorts of fun stuff. Because I do get the vibe that Ian Bell is a bit of a troll. I am too, so I get it. Glad to hear it, Brendonian. Because in all honesty, the core graphics are really good. In fact, they're some of the best, if not the best. But it's all the visual noise, the low distance resolution rendering and stuff like that, that's really sort of holding back the fidelity. You might see some visual noise here. It's actually because I'm running frame gen at the moment. So you can, that little bouncing visual noise, that's frame gen. That's actually pretty normal. That might, I don't think that's anything Straight 4 can fix. That's a DLS, an NVIDIA specific bug. Actually, can you even see it? Yeah, the stream really can't even see it, but on my end it's there. All right, here we go. The Mossad agent. Yo, kinda new to sim racing. How is still game going other than optimization? I'm not... There could be a couple different questions in there that are sort of hidden in some of the typos there, so apologies. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. Oh, look at Buck. Good old Buck taking the pole. I'm just going to start banning Buck. He's too good. He beats... Buck is consistently faster than me in every sim, and it's kind of bullshit. Just saying. He also really, really loves Bathurst. Now, let me ask you guys, too, in chat. One thing I like doing is hosting lobbies and then immediately ejecting myself from the race and essentially streaming other people's races while they're happening. Is that something that people like or don't like seeing? Because, like, I would rather talk with chat, watch the people that are in my chat, that are in my lobby racing, you know? Because when I start playing the game right now, all of a sudden it's really hard for me to focus on chat. You know? Now you're 7th? I guess you just weren't that good. How did I get 5th? Oh, Buck, you're behind me. And I did nothing. I don't like to answer the question, is it worth the money? Because that solely depends on your finances. I can't answer that. Wow. Wow. I'll just get out of the way, don't mind me. Hello. How you doing? Pardon me. That's always a fun turn in Monza. Turn 1 with the chicane is always good. Always good. That's how I look at it. Well, you know what? I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to do that because I'm trying to read chat and it really ejects you from the focus of the race. So let me do that. Retire. Spectate. Next driver. All right, we're on DRS Alien, who this guy is just fast. It's actually gross how fast he is. I'm not calling you a brokey. I'm just saying there are people who this game for $70 would be phenomenal, and people who this game for $70 feels like they got scammed and they got robbed at gunpoint. So I don't know where you fit into that spectrum of financial. How far does $70 take you for a video game, you know? Streaming the community's race instead of your racing is a nice change-up. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know how everybody else thinks about that, but I'm glad you see it that way. Right here we got, we got Trap. Right here we have Buck. We got Ivan. We got do we have anybody else not in a Corvette? All right, here we go. Trap is in an Audi. Audi. BMW, Corvette. Oh, Lamborghini, finally. Mustang. And then me. Lonely little me. And then Tat Gunna, who's not there. So, all right, let's tally this up. Mid-engine. Front engine. Mid-engine. Front engine. So, it's pretty obvious what people prefer driving. All right, that's a much better question, Masad. So I've bought this game twice, and I bought it for PS5 in its current patch cycle. So patch 1504 or 1503, but it's 1504 regardless of what people want to say. Even though 1504 was just a hotfix, bottom line is the build number is 1504. So stop arguing with me, weird people. I had this game on 1504, then I bought it for my PS5 Pro. I test drove it. It played fine. I did not try doing anything other than my own practice sessions. So I don't know any more about it on console than that. Trap racing is rough. Sorry, bud. We're about it. We're going to start that over. Hey guys, we're on board. Buck here, Buck Fathurst. Here's what I can tell you: if the money truly really doesn't mean anything to you, buy the game. 100% buy the game. You will have more fun with the game than you will have problems. And this is something I try and tell people all the time. What you're getting right now is the worst that this game is going to be. It's only gonna get better. Now, if this was like ACC right now, For example, ACC at the very moment is the best it's ever going to be. Period. The game is done. It's not being supported anymore. So what you play right now for ACC is what you get. This game is currently in its worst state. Now, how long they support it, I won't know. They don't know. Realistically, the developers don't know how long they're going to support this game. That comes down to management and all that stuff. There's too many video game politics in front of that to be able to answer that question. However, the game will get patches. It will get better. So I recommend buying it if you don't mind losing the money, even if your experience isn't 100%. That's just my opinion. That's why I bought it on PS5. I bought it on PS5 so my girl could play it and we could play together. Not because I need to play it on PS5. I have my PC. I don't care. But also when I travel, it's an option for me to play on my PS5. And I'm glad I have it. During Christmas break, I brought my PS5 to my mother's house for the holidays. I have Gran Turismo 7 that I have over 1,000 hours into, and I have PMR, which I have 0 hours into on PS5. I played them both. I enjoyed the driving, even on a controller, more than on PMR than I did on Gran Turismo 7. Although I think the controller support is better on Gran Turismo 7 currently. But overall, even with the controller problems on PS5, I preferred still playing it over Gran Turismo 7 on controller. So, biggest threat of the empty lobbies. I feel like I don't have that problem, but I'm also streaming. And that is not an honest judgment of the scenario. So, I mean, I enjoy the game, and I enjoy what I'm doing right now, just watching some people race. You know, let's get off Buck, though, because Buck is too smooth. He's a smooth criminal. He just drives the same line, and he's good. Let's look at some of the more reckless guys. Although I say reckless, I don't know. These guys might not be reckless, but... Personally, I think Monza's a very boring track. It's never been one of my favorites. That's a good-looking Lambo. I'm gonna follow the Lambo for a bit. If you're looking for an open world game, I mean, your next best bet is probably going to be Forza Horizon 6, let's be honest. Purely driving game, that is. Because, I mean, I personally don't like Forza Horizon 5 at all, but I am looking forward to 6. Just because I'm hoping that the Forza, or Turn 10, the motorsports team, do dial down the super duper crazy arcadiness of Forza Horizon 5 down to a bit more of a driving game. We'll see. Who knows? But either way, that's probably your only open world bet. But as far as a console-specific game, driving-wise, ACC is currently better, but it's at complete end of life. And it is super niche on content. It's a one-trick pony. You do GT3 cars, you have your select tracks. Oof, you turned in a little too soon there, buddy. But as far as only going to get better and has a boatload of fun... Oh, don't make contact! Ooh, good job. Good job avoiding that. Like, right now, if I had never played Gran Turismo 7... I don't know how to actually know. Let me rewind that. All right, yeah, let me say it differently. With the amount of hours that I have into ACC, the amount of hours that I have into Gran Turismo 7, and the amount of hours that I have into PMR, if I was on console, I would boot up PMR first. The only time I would go play ACC or Gran Turismo is if I was having a bad night on PMR and I was having too many crashes, too many bugs, or something like that, and I couldn't do it. But if you can pretend the bugs don't exist and live in a hypothetical situation where the problems with the game isn't there and it's just the good things, this is better than ACC and Gran Turismo 7 in my opinion. Period. There will be people who disagree with that, and that's totally cool and fine. You know, it's that what I just said is subjective. But I play all the Sims. This is on my podium even with its problems, you know? There is no denying. Here's the thing. There's no point in, like, continuously saying that the game has problems, because everybody knows that. Now, if this game gets abandoned in its current state, then I think people have the right to be pissed off. Like, genuinely pissed off. But if it gets supported and within 6 months to a year, this is like a top experience, stop complaining. Give it some time. Ooh. All right, let's I'm gonna change. Let's. I don't know. Do I chance losing some people because I know people are gonna check out of? You know what? We're gonna stick to GT3. I'm gonna stick to the Mustang. I'm gonna be boring. I'm streaming here for you guys to have a good time. So let's see. 5 laps, autumn. We're gonna turn damage on. We're gonna make it a little more realistic. But, like, who was it? Okay, so Marty VR. If this is a game that you like, truly, I will stream this game open lobbies more often because literally it helps, you know? 70 people watching right now. If you can't deny this game has its popularity. Even in its state that it's in right now. People want to play this game. They just want the game to work, you know? So, here's what I can say to the, where is he? The Brendonian. If you take nothing else besides what I'm about to say from my stream, take this. The amount of people that want this game to be good and want this game to be dialed in so they can have fun is far, far, far higher than the people who want it to be doomed. And do your best to ignore the current amount of people, say, on Steam that are playing it. Because I can tell you, as someone who plays on PC, who plays all of the Sims, this is the easiest game to play for me. If I put up the stream and I show people on YouTube that I'm playing this game, and they're not trying to play this because of me. They know that I am an outlet to potentially get into a good lobby to do some racing. They don't give a shit about me, and that's fine. You shouldn't. But the point is that, okay, I'm hosting a lobby. People want to play it. If I host an AMS2 or a race room or an iRacing lobby, I get inside of 5 people, and they're all people that I know personally, or a little bit more personally. This is the game that generates the randoms that want to play online. I am team the game has a future. That's just me. Even the times that I hate this game, when it's pissed me off with its problems and I rage quit, I know deep down, if they fix the problems, this is the game that people are going to want to play. Hey, Bucks in a Mustang. Good man. I do hope they nerf the Audi, because I will say the Audi's a little bit faster. It's consistently my fastest car in GT3, and I'm objectively average at driving. However they figure out how to do it, it doesn't need a big nerf. It just either pull it back a little bit in the straights, make it have a little bit more oversteer that you got to fight through, something. because right now the Audi is a bit too fast. Other than that, though, I think the balancing is pretty solid, but the Mustang is still my favorite. Just buy all the Sims, well said. I disagree, Foy, that ACC has more content. I'm not sure what you mean by that. ACC has way less content. I would say ACC driving better could be a subjective opinion. Some people like this game objectively, you slide more than ACC. But some people like sliding, some people like dead full grip feeling. I think this game has a pretty nice balance between so I'm going to compare Race Room being grip, AMS2 being super slidey physics. This falls right in the middle. So for the people that really like AMS2 and really like Race Room, or I would put Race Room and ACC kind of in the same sort of ballpark, this will split the room, or split the... It splits something. Splits the difference. Both groups can play it, and it not be too... Like, for example, if I'm in Race Room, and then I switch over to AMS2, I don't know how to drive. I would need to go to, like, say, PMR first, and then AMS2 to step down to the slidiness. Josh Reed crashed. Sorry you crashed, sir. Yeah, that's the peer-to-peer stuff. Like, I never crash when I'm hosting, but I will occasionally crash on a lobby join. So maybe that's partially my upload speed on my internet. Like I said, I will be fibered up next week at some point. I don't know when. Maybe that's part of it. But either way, if they had hosted servers, or either way, it's kind of got to get fixed on their end somewhat, you know, stability-wise. Let's see. Brendonian, the initial response was horrible and depressing. It's fantastic to see how perception is improving with each patch. We'll get there. So, my biggest thing is this, Brendonian. As someone who is self-employed myself, morale is a big part of success. I would try and stay off the internet. Just know that there are lots of people out there, like me. These lobbies should show you proof of that there are people that want this game to bounce back and succeed. And it's not just the initial sort of release state and release reaction. That is not the majority vote. I mean, it might, that's a lie. It might be the majority vote, but it doesn't have to be the permanent majority vote. You know? If this game, without increasing any level of content, let's just say you add no new tracks, no new cars, no new features, you just do nothing but turn knobs and tweaks and dial things in. This game is on my podium, top 3, for all-time best racing experiences and games that I want to play. And the fact that it's cross-play would probably put it to number 1, because I'm coming from the perspective of I have a PC to play every sim. Console players have Gran Turismo 7 and Forza. And they barely have Forza. So it's really just Gran Turismo 7. Okay, that makes more sense, Foy, what you said. Because, yeah, ACC does not have more content. AMS2 has more content. But like I've said, AMS2 is essentially very comparable to this game, but like a down the road, it's more polished and it has more content. But it's been around for so long, you can't really compare it time for time, you know? But I will say, I like the driving physics better than than AMS2. The force feedback it crushes all the sims. I don't even want to talk about force feedback. When I see people saying the force feedback feels bad in this game, it's either an on their end problem or they're using some funky shit. Because this game is objectively the best force feedback I've ever experienced in a sim. ACC feels like I'm driving a spreadsheet. PMR wants to throw you around. Agreed. Agreed. ACC drives good, but it's like I tell people all the time. If I'm driving ACC by myself, I'm doing a time trial, I'm just driving the car down the Nordschleife, and I can only focus on me. I'm not looking in my mirrors. I'm just focused on the road, and I'm driving. I think ACC has one of the best driving experiences. The second you load up the grid with a bunch of random vultures, I want no part of driving in ACC. I want to be playing this. Like, I would rather play this. That's why I think the collision physics have so much room to grow. And if they can dial the collision physics in, man, this game would thrive in the whole rubbing his racing thing, you know? Not saying you should crash into people, but a little bump and a nudge here and there is part of racing. Not impacts, not trying to crash people, not pushing people off the road, but I'm saying like bump drafting, you know, real tight road, little fender touching, little fender bending, literally. But the problem is right now in its current like sort of model where it's very flubbery and bouncy, very low speed contact will bounce both people. You can't have that. That ruins a lot of racing. I'll do a single lap, and then I'll probably spectate, because I'm in a talking mood right now. Oh, sorry. See, like right there. I don't think that was... Whoa. Someone's got some internet fun going on. Trying to... I tried to not do it. I'm sorry. I was not trying to hit you. I will say their radar needs a little bit more tweaking in the very close micro amounts. So who's in front of me? Benjudo. He's the one with rough internet right now. I agree, AJ. That's where like the collision physics need a massive revamp. Because I don't think the AI is actually nearly as bad as people want to say it is. It's the collision physics paired with the AI. Because the AI is aggressive. The AI will likely hit you. But, like, so do real people. Real people hit you more than the AI. Like, if I do a single-player race with the AI versus an online lobby, I'm getting hit by real people a lot more often than AI. The problem really comes down to the collision model, where you get bounced really aggressively. If they made that feel more like absorbing and impacting, like it was more of a crunch and like it doesn't throw you away, that would feel so much better in the AI world. And everybody's gonna be like, oh, the AI is so much better now. Yeah, because you can't get forced off the road by a slight, you know, fender bend, you know? I'm driving on the gentle side, guys. I'm not trying to pass at all costs. I'm here for entertainment purposes, not competitive purposes. Mustang GT3 is still my favorite. I don't care if it's slower. I don't. I enjoy driving it. Oh my god, that screws me up. I literally see that there is one punishing thing about the net code. I don't know how. I'm not going to pretend I'm a scientist when it comes to net code, but his internet connection made me hit the brakes right there when I didn't need to, because I thought he was stopping because the car all of a sudden was closer, you know. So I naturally didn't want to hit him, but the reality was it was just server lag. Or not necessarily server lag, but yeah, it's about 90% console players, period, in general. PC players, although, and I understand why PC players aren't playing it. They have an arsenal of sims that are far more polished, ready to go right now. But if we're going to compare unfinished versus unfinished, because let's face it, rip the Band-Aid off, this is an unfinished game. AC Evo versus this, I have no desire to play AC Evo. I don't play AC Evo off stream. I don't play it on stream. I just don't want anything to do with it. And I'm very much looking forward to its full release. But in its current state, there is just, in my opinion, it's a demo. It's a demo of this is where we're at. Stick around. We'll deliver you something cool when we're done. That's how I view that. But the way people are glazing AC Evo as like this great thing, I'm like, I'm sorry. I would rather play ACC far more than AC Evo. And that's not a dig on AC Evo, it's just not a finished game. There's nothing to do. Whoa, whoa! Oh, see, like right there, that's the collision physics. Super bouncy. Come on, let's go. I'm not trying to win this race, I really don't care. I'm just here for a show. Alright, let's go. He was blocked by the Corvette in front of me, so I couldn't quite see him. I don't pit very often, but because my car is damaged right now, I'm going to pit. Let's just run through the experience. Pit limiter on. Oh, I'm not in gear, though. That helps. I'm on a fault straight forward. My car wasn't in gear. This game sucks. Fix her up, boys. My car's going crooked. I don't think I've ever pitted in an online lobby before. Not for repairs, anyway. I usually run damage off for the sake of screw it. Aw, was that not the spot, or did I do it too soon? Well, we're going to see the drive-through penalty action here. Damn, fresh tires, Buck. What happened? Woof. I'm going to hold that against Buck forever. Can't compete. Oh, race is over. All that shit talk. I mean, there's no doubt that the graphics need to be optimized. But like I said, the graphics are there. I think that... maybe I should do that tomorrow. Do you guys want to see... all right. I really need like a... I know it's like NDA stuff, but like I really wish I could get in on like the, hey, when do you guys think patches are coming out so I can properly make before and after content? I know I'm nobody special. I know I have zero way to deserve that, but it would be cool because I would love to do like a, let's say tomorrow, right? Part of me is like, okay, well, I'm going to do one of two things tomorrow. I'm either going to do like an assessment of this game where I like drive around looking at the graphics and stuff. Let's do Spa. Or I'm going to do Race Room and just figure out which cars are the best in Race Room. Because again, I do multiple sims, but my top three that I like to play right now are Race Room, AMS2, and PMR. Those are my favorite games to play. The only one being crossplay is this, which is if it's dialed in will be my #1 game to play from just people standpoint. Damn, look at this though. This is good. This makes me happy to see people playing this game though. But part of me wants to do like a comprehensive visual stream where I drive around assessing all the visuals of things. But if like there's a patch, I don't know. I know nothing, by the way, about when patches are coming out. I've had a lot of 1v1 conversations with developers quite often, but none of them have ever given me any kind of like, we've had like slightly more personal conversations and thoughts on things, but none of it's ever information that matters. So I don't have any information on, say, when a patch would be coming out. My honest expectations for when a patch is coming out is, I would say, inside of 2 weeks. Part of me is hoping for on the longer end of that, because that means the patch has been really, really stress tested and stuff like that. The last thing I want is rushed patches, because right now, every single patch needs to progress the game forward, not do the 2 steps forward, 1 step back thing, you know? But yeah, I gotta use the bathroom. Let me read some chat too. All right. They broke FSR with their last update. That's my biggest complaint at the moment. So, yeah, I mean, they did the same thing with their DLSS. Luckily, the hotfix fixed it. But that's what I was saying, though, about the unfortunate side of PC gaming. And it's easy to focus because we're in our small little bubble right now of sim racing, but it's easy to focus on this game with, like, say, FSR versus DLSS. But the reality of all gaming is optimization in the early stages always goes better with NVIDIA than it does AMD. It's why I don't have an AMD graphics card. That is even though NVIDIA has the most powerful graphics card right now, I think AMD has the more efficient dollar per performance video cards, but the problem is what keeps me from jumping to AMD side is the day one optimizations of video games. And by day one, I mean inside of like 6 months. It's always better on NVIDIA. NVIDIA guys always get the better experience. My experience, yes, there are visual artifacting bugs, but if I'm not being critical, because that's what I'm trying to do is be critical, I don't care. Visually, the game's great. I can play the game. I have fun. There are other sims that look better. I think this game has the potential to look better than those sims that I think look better, but I don't need it to look better than those sims to enjoy the game. However, when they broke DLSS, even though it was less than 24 hours that I had to play like that, I can understand why the breaking of FSR would be problematic for you, because it was rough. In your case, turn off FSR and turn on TAA, 100%. Anyway, let me read some of these other comments here. Also, let's see. That Buck, you do not make it in? Where's War Dog? It's War Dog. Let's give War Dog some love. Alright. To me, PMR is great. Graphics are sub compared to other sims that run on my 3080. Needs to be optimized. Yes, I agree. I tend to race PMR in ranked mode and got to say it's about 90%. Yep, I already read that one. Yep. I've tried GT7 and FM lately compared to, but still drawn back to PMR, still drawn to Ren Sport since I'm on console. I mean, at the end of the day, GT7 players, it's such a numbers game that you could lose 50% of the people who are playing Gran Turismo and the numbers are still too big. Omar Ibrahim, thanks for the sub, appreciate it. Aston's audio is amazing. Great race, War Dog. GG's the blind. Glad you guys had a good race. FSR doesn't even work at all. Just reverts back. They said they were working on it using FSR 4, which is great when it comes. Well, that's good. I mean, you can still apply TAA though, right, Wetmog? Because no anti-aliasing, that objectively looks bad. Like, Tomasz Gutowski, I am sorry I am absolutely butchering these names. But thank you for the sub, I appreciate that. And for anybody else who wants to sub, I'm just saying, come on in. Just some lonely scrub playing some video games. So my original plan, let's not spill my beer, was that the game isn't there yet, but my original plan was, because I've been following PMR for a while now, long before it came out, I'm saying, and I really wanted to start a league with this game, because I'm a big fan of leagues, but like, the right kind of leagues, where, you know, it's a bit more casual, but still organized, because like, to me, there's nothing more annoying than leagues that are like elitist type leagues. I'm like, I don't want anything to do with that shit. I'm here to have fun. You know, at the end of the day, we're playing video games. These are pixels on a screen. This is a digital world. None of this is real. That's why I laugh at the whole, you know, Die Hard. Oh, if it's in this realistic sim, then this is real. No, it's actually not. But that's fine. Anyway. So I planned on starting a league for this, but the game does need to, at the very least, internet-wise, work better. So I have no problem doing stuff like that for this game. And like I said earlier, oh, that's right, there was a comment there that I started to read, but I was racing. Marty VR says, please keep giving this game the attention that it deserves. The more people stream, the more people will play the game. It needs full lobbies and not just like one. I agree. However, I try to be objective in all of my socialness. So I have fun playing this game. I also have fun watching people play this game. Like, I am doing what you guys are doing right now. Think about it like this. Think of how weird this world is we live in. You guys right now are watching me watch people watch you play this game. There are people in the lobby that are in the chat. So the chat is watching me watch the chat play the game. What a world. But, that being said, I enjoy watching. You know? I do enjoy playing too, but I don't, like, when I'm streaming especially, and I want to read chat and interact, it's a lot harder to, like, really focus on, you know, being the ace of spades, and then looking over and being like, alright, yep. Because I don't know about you guys, but the second I stop looking at the road, I crash. Like, it's almost immediate. So if you guys want to see this game be streamed by me for open lobbies and stuff like this, to fill lobbies, I will absolutely do it. This is one of those help me help you things. I need you guys to watch it for me to want to do it. Like, if I do this and then no one plays it and no one watches it, well, why am I doing this? I'm just sitting here bored by myself. However, that hasn't been the case. People are into it, so... Anyway. Food for thought. Yes, I can use TAA. Well, that's good. At least TAA works. Because look at it like this, though. Even though it doesn't work well, they're ahead of the ball because the best sims you can think of don't even have it. AMS2, not Rensport. Rensport's weird with their DLSS. For some reason, DLAA, which is native 4K, looks worse than DLSS, which is upscaled to 4K. Don't ask me how that is. I run Rensport and DLSS because DLAA just hurts my frames and makes the visuals look worse. But anyway, both those games have those features. Whereas AMS2, Race Room, iRacing, they're still running on MSAA, and even AMS2, which is adopted TAA, that's still old. They're just ahead of the ball. So yes, these guys, even though it doesn't work as good as it should, they have it. They're in front. Too bad 22. We're talking about PMR, and it's where it stands next to the competition. Oh my God! Holy mother of God! Somebody clip that. Because I'm pretty sure the guy who hit me drove wide open throttle from the start through the back of me. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you can't blame Ian Bell for that one. That's just people who race in video games. But I'm out of this race. Let's see how good the Mustang can do with broken front. I got hit so hard in the back, the front end is broken. I can't see where I'm going. My hood is so messed up. Oh. Look at this. Look at this view. What a view, guys. It's weird there's no way to see the front of the car. Oh, that's how. Look at this thing. We're cooked, boys. Oh, boy, I can't even turn off the wall. Alright, I'm just going to return to pits. That's over. That's a dead race. But that's fine. Now I get to talk and drink beer. Wow. Go get him, War Dog. It was a vet that hit me, right? Nah, can it be the vet? That vet's clean. Pedro Santos, maybe? I'll go back and see. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking a break until problems are fixed. You know? But what I would recommend doing is this, guys. See, like, okay, this grass right here, look how bad that grass just looked. When there's like this fuzzy movement going on, everything becomes gross looking. And then out of nowhere, it snaps back and it's normal again. And then it's detailed and looks good. The movement is what's breaking a lot of the graphics. Look at the grass, look at the grass. Now it's good. Grass is good, grass is good. All this texture is good. And then movement happens, and it turns into a fuzzy, gross mess. That's where they gotta work on their graphics. You got wrecked. So did I. Did you see this? I'm gonna go back in the stream and see if I can find where I got hit. Yeah, it was a Corvette. So for anybody wondering, I just looked back at the stream. It was a yellow Corvette that drove through everybody at wide open throttle. I don't know who it was, but they ruined that race for quite a few people. Out of the three, PMR, Rennsport, and AC Rally, which was the better release? Ooh, so AC Rally is a weird one to throw in there because it's not technically a full... You know what? Screw it. Let's talk about from the day you could play this game, the day you could play Rennsport, and the day you could play AC Rally. AC Rally was the most polished, but the least content. The least content. AC Rally was a great day one release with just nothing to do. Again, it was a playable demo. But all the game is a demo at the moment. It's not done, so that's fine. No complaints about AC Rally whatsoever. Needs work, but it was a great... Here you go, try it out. Let us know what you think. I liked it, and I'm not typically a rally guy, but there's some things to be liked there. Rennsport, I think, was the second most polished, but again, the second least amount of content. There's not a lot to do in Rennsport. Rennsport is like junior varsity LMU, in my opinion. It's fun. The driving feels good, but there's just not a lot. I also come from a world where LMU is not my game. It's just not fun for me. Doesn't mean it's not fun, because a lot of people love it. It's just not fun for me. This game was the least polished, but the most content and the most to do, and in my opinion, the most fun. But I understand opinions, and I understand how people have there are different strokes for different folks. And I can understand why LMU would be better for some people than this style of game. I was actually kind of looking forward to doing this race, too. There's Raid J, 330. He's sticking to it. Also kind of got to remember that even if they haven't done an update patch, they also can make improvements through the back door, not as major improvements, but little things. They can only do that with server-side things. So unless your computer gets a physical install of a new update, nothing can... Because you have to remember, this is a technically offline game. If you unplug your Ethernet cable or turn off your internet, you can still play this game, you just can't go online. So, nothing has updated on our end, game-wise. However, from an online experience, both ranked, social, custom lobbies, whatever, yes, they can improve on the server side things, for sure. Major changes to servers, though, still require the servers to go down, though. I still don't drive racing sims for fun. I do it for excitement of racing, so you're technically still doing it for fun. You do realize excitement and fun are synonyms. I can't change your mind, Seaberg, because you're right. I can tell you this, as an adult with very little ego who used to have a lot of ego, males have a hard time admitting when they're wrong, and they have a hard time admitting lack of badassery or anything of that nature. So, I can tell you that no one is going to do something that they don't like. Fun, excitement, these are things that people like. So, if something isn't fun to you in any way, you're not gonna do it. Unless it's your job and it's putting food on the table. But no one is sim racing because they're having zero fun. Period. No matter how competitive it is. I don't find the die-hard ranked racing grind fun, so I don't do it. Period. And I am the most competitive person that I know. I just choose to not let the competitive side of me overtake the sim racing side of trying to just solely focus on having a good time. Like, part of me feels like I should really mix up my YouTube content and show you the real life racing that I've done and do and still probably kind of do with the sim racing stuff. I just know how mixing niches works against itself. Sim racing stuff will hurt the motorcycle stuff. Motorcycle stuff will hurt the sim racing stuff. But I can assure you, I am every bit as full-on competitive as the most competitive person you know is. I just choose to not inject that into my sim racing because this, for me, is purely focused on sticking to casual fun. Triathlonists do their hobby because it's fun despite it. So for them, they're fun. They're thriving on having fun in competition. And they're pushing through all of the misery and pain. I know this. I wrestled in high school and college. And I took it very seriously. I also played basketball. Never competitively because I hated it. Why? Because I had zero fun. I'm also 5'5". It's really hard to be good at basketball when you're 5'5". But I couldn't free throw either. Height doesn't affect that. You could lower the net. I still couldn't put it in the hoop. I hated it. It wasn't fun to me. But like wrestling. Super, super competitive in the wrestling world. Took it as serious as the greatest nationalist wrestlers ever could take it. I didn't have the natural talent that they did, because unfortunately that's like the 0.1%ers of humanity have the natural talent to be at that level. Sir, you're doing a burnout. Bad kitty. Sir, ma'am. Alright, let's get back to War Dog, I guess. John Cena retired. Look at the way John Cena walks right now. My opinion, he retired a little too late. What an R9. Very nice, very nice. Just be safe. That's all I can recommend is be safe. Like, I know it means nothing in this space, but like from a top speed standpoint, I can almost guarantee you that nobody in chat, nobody watching has gone faster than me from a top speed standpoint, real world confirmed real speed. But none of that translates into sim racing. And I don't care that it does or does not. None of it means anything to me. This is all for fun. It's got to be back problems. I mean, the way he's walking shouts lower back pain. Or at least once had lower back pain, and that had his back fused. Now he's not in pain, but now he can't stand upright because he walks with that, like, low-end back hunch. That's lower back pain. For sure. Or lower back problems. I'm going to turn damage off for the next race just so people aren't being punished by it. Because unfortunately, like, I personally didn't care for myself, but for others, when you get hit like that, the race is over, damage-wise. Damage off. Confirm. We're going to do that one back again. We're going to run that back spa again. At least this way, there's no full race penalties for being hit. You just get back in the race and go. Another thing that's funny too about the what do you call it? This game generates some hate. Like, it's weird. I put up a video on this and I get a lot of views. Like a regular long form video, get a lot of views by comparison to other stuff. There's actually an AMS video that I put up twice. I deleted it and then put it up again slightly, I don't want to say clickbaity, but a little bit more flashy in the thumbnail. I got a grand total of inside of 24 hours, 53 views. And it was a good video. It was just AMS content. The same exact content in this goes into the thousands effortlessly. Now, I know I don't have as much AMS reach as PMR, but it feels weirdly punishing versus weirdly rewarding. So I think there's a lot of hate watching because all of my comments on anytime I have a video going up tomorrow on PMR. It's a GT3 race. Just a regular race that I recorded just like this. Only I wasn't streaming. Or was I streaming? No, I was streaming. I lied. But it was a fun, quick race. Bathurst. Gonna get uploaded. The only people I guarantee you who comment on the video are going to leave negative comments about how bad the game is. I can guarantee it. It's so strange to me. I always try and tell people this too. Whenever you're seeing reviews, it could be a physical item, it could be a game, whatever it is. How many of you have heard the expression, the squeaky wheel gets the grease? The loudest person gets the most attention. So, when you're looking at reviews of something, all you're seeing are the worst possible things. You're not seeing the other end of the spectrum because those people are usually minding their own business, having a good time. There you go, folks. Blamey and Bell. My game crashed when I was hosting a lobby. That's server-side stuff. It is what it is. You crashed? Well, I'm glad some of you guys crashed, no offense. Because that means you can get right back into my lobby when I put it back up. But, like, this is the primary thing that I've said is the number one thing that they have to work on. Their server-side, if it's their servers, if it's peer-to-peer, whatever it is that they're doing, it needs to be more stable. You can't have this. You can never have a host crash. Start the lobby up again. I will say the one thing that sucks about a crash like that too is it really does murder the momentum that we had going there. You know? All right, boys. Server's back up. Join on up. No one is going to blow $50 to see if things get better. You've clearly never met an iRacer. Because in iRacing, that gets you 2 tracks and maybe 2 cars. And actually, if you count rounding up plus tax, you don't get that for $50. Harry Desi says, I am a PMR guy, bud. I am a fun guy. Whatever it takes to have fun. And even with its problems, I have played all the Sims, and none of them, none of the developers, none of the CEOs, none of these guys give me a single penny to talk about their games. I am a casual sim racer. I am a casual gamer. I don't give a shit about, respectfully to all of you, I don't care about what a single one of you thinks about me, in my opinion. I do what I want to do. I play Race Room, I play AMS2, I play PMR, I try to play iRacing. Or I try to iRace. Let's make it sound better. But let's face it, I have the least amount of fun of those four in iRacing. So I do what I have fun with. Shame me. I'm gonna drink some Modelo. I have Bloody Marys on deck too if I need them. I'll go full-blown hogwash drunk if I need to. I'm kidding, I'm not gonna do that on stream. But you know what you're getting with iRacing. Yeah, you're getting ice racing. You're getting promised tire model changes that never actually show up. They update the tire model, and only the world-class iRacers can feel the difference because they have 1/1000th of microtransaction in their throttle difference that tells you that the tires are better. You know? Not a knock on you, Formula. I'm just saying it can be rough out there with iRacing. Can I get a ho yeah? Sure, ho yeah. Did I do it right? Go away, Buck. Buck's good, War Dog. I mean, you guys are both better than me, but Buck has got I think Buck's cheating. I think he's got a little nitrous. And listen. I know y'all think you know where the people hide nitrous. You don't. I've seen some things in the real world. I have seen people buy 3 nitrous kits to have 3 stages of hiding nitrous. And there were tiers of people who knew about the stages of where the nitrous was hidden. There's all sorts of creativity to fool people out there. I'm telling you, man, if you think video game cheating is hard to get around, you have no idea how hard it is to get around real world cheating. I like that chat's... Another thing, too, a great thing about streaming PMR, chat pops off. You know? Just has a good time. Whether it's positive or negative comment, it's just interaction. Gives me something to do. You know? Wow, y'all like really spammed the chat here. Hold on, let me go back. What's going on, Tim? Glad to have you. Exactly, you do you, same here. Everybody should only... Like, that's the thing at the end of the day. If Forza Motorsport 8 is your game that you really enjoy, not a single person on the internet can tell you that you're not having a good time. Continue to play it. Enjoy it. Have fun. I can assure you, you are the only idiot if you listen to someone telling you that you can't have fun with a game that you're having fun with. Not the other person. People don't want to learn racecraft, they just want to race. Well, I mean, I agree to an extent, Kai. I am all about racecraft. I just don't like the tire model. So for me, I'm not even worried about racing you. I'm worried about my tires more. I want to ignore my tires, know that they're good, and focus on not hitting someone and racing. If I'm too scared to pass you, not because I'm worried about hitting you, because I'm worried about my tires not being warm enough and it's only the 17th lap, that's not good. That is an iRacing specific issue. Let me get spectating, sorry. Go get him, War Dog, in your golden Lamborghini. Smiling Speedster. For me, it's currently fun to prepare to 3 Nords races. After 2.5 weeks, I do it, but grinding TT and racing from back as much as I can. Smiling Speedster, at the end of the day, like I just said, do whatever you think is fun. That's what I recommend. Truly. If competitive racing where you grind and you really, you start from a certain point and you like seeing yourself get better, I recommend it. Do it. There's nothing better than beating yourself. Like, I will always tell people all the time, there is nothing that frustrates me more when I lose than when I make a mistake. If I lose to the faster guy, I will have no problem. Like, what's his name? One of the first races tonight. I forgot the guy's alias name. But he was clearly faster than me on the Nordschleife. I have no problem admitting that guy's faster. Go ahead. There's your line. Take it. Pass me. But when you hit me to pass me, and I all of a sudden can no longer do what I was doing, that's aggravating. But I will always say, do what you think is fun, no matter what. Don't let anybody tell you what you think is fun. War Dog, the only thing I do iRacing is for dirt track racing. Dirt track racing is fun, admittedly. 1/1000th of microtransaction. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, guys. It's very easy to get stuck in the vacuum of punishing yourself with the specific problem that is plaguing you in this game. If that is truly what you can only fixate on, take a break. Go away from the game. Don't post on the internet how much you hate the game because of this one problem that affects you. Just go do something else. There's more to life than just Project Motor Racing. And then, if they address the problem and they fix it, fantastic. That's my best advice I can give you there. I don't care what others think about iRacing. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. If you love iRacing, and there are lots of things about here's the thing. I very much like a lot of iRacing. The only things I don't like about iRacing, unfortunately, are what pull me out of it almost 100%. The tire physics, the lack of grip when tires are cold, it just fundamentally disagrees with me from my real life experiences. And then the really egregious financial model of buying every single thing for an over ridiculously amount of price. Like that, besides the point, if you have fun with iRacing, iRace. That's what I can say. In a car... Oh, Buck says he's in a car he doesn't drive. So let's focus on Buck. Oh no, Buck is in a BMW. PMR is going to be a slow cooker. Yeah, I can still see, like... I think by the time summer rolls around, people are going to be having a really good time with this game. My honest opinion. Devs, I'm putting that ball in your court right now. Just saying. I think by summertime, people are going to be having a really good time with this game. Harry Desi's going to join the next race. Good, good. With 300 players playing right now, PMR doesn't have time to cook. Your numbers are based solely on what? Steam? Because what I can tell you to disagree with you is that my biggest viewership, hands down, is this game. I can iRace, I can ACC, Race Room, whatever. People want this game. They just want to be better than it is. Trust me, if you factor in console players, this game has a path to mass success. I know the naysayers don't want to believe that, but I have seen enough businesses come and go. This game could be dead completely forever on PC. It won't matter if console is successful. It is definitely interesting how so Formula J, or Jai, I'm doing my best to give you a fair shake in conversation, but try to refrain from being ignorant. That's all I'm saying. You know? This game is not going to affect iRacing. So why do you care if it lives or fails? Truly. Seriously, this game is going to have zero effect on iRacing. Nothing's going to have any effect on iRacing. iRacing's here to stay. It doesn't mean the tire model is accurate. And you can say it's pushing on the limits or whatever, but again, I know for a fact I have more real-world experience than most people who iRace. And I can assure you the tire model is wrong. If they made the tires have more grip when cold, well, they would fix 90% of iRacing's complaints about how the physics are. The physics are actually really good. Contact physics are amazing in iRacing. I actually really like the contact physics. It's the tire model. The tire model is problematic. It is not realistic. I promise you it's not realistic. Give me 5 minutes and I can go get you a real competition tire off one of my motorcycles right now. I assure you, that tire has more real-life miles than years... Well, that's a poor comparison. I was going to say years experience on iRacing for most people, but that's not a lot of years. The problem is that people don't understand how tires work in real life, and they assume that people who are making sims know what that is. Forced difficulty is a real thing in games and simulation. I'm glad that ghosted somehow because I was on the brakes for a while and I was going to slide through you. Because, like I said, there is a lot of coolness and a lot of awesomeness about iRacing that I really, really, really like. But I cannot get past the ridiculousness that is the tires. I can't. I would love to, but I can't. Because of everything, every fiber in my being of real life is working against me when I iRace. Oh! Thanks for that little keyway there, boys. I don't know how to not get a track limits on a Rouge in this game. Does anybody know what a soft tire does at 230 miles an hour? And why I can assure you I want a tire at 230 miles an hour. I'd prefer my tire be ambient temperature than what iRacing says it should be. Just being honest. I'm just slowing these guys down. I'm going to eject myself. Because I want to chat. I love talking about tires. If there's one thing I can do, is have a real conversation about tires. But I'll be right back. And then we'll chat. Oh, let me get to spectating here. This isn't MotoGP. Interesting. I don't know why. It's so weird to me that Jimmy Broadbent holds so much authority over, like, people's opinions. Because I can assure you, I played PMR before I knew who Jimmy Broadbent was. And Jimmy Broadbent has zero effect on my thoughts about what I think about what games are what. So I don't know why people let other people tell them what is a good and bad game. It's so weird. This conversation reminds me of the console wars. Just play the sim you want. Thank you, Fway! For the love of God. Also, bad publicity is good publicity, so technically someone talking about something in a negative way is better than nobody talking about it. Oh, hold on. Let me get my face on the screen there. That way I don't get demonetized like I did the other day. I definitely don't want to buy a race car. I did that 20 years ago. I'm definitely done with it. That's why I sim race now, because it's cheap, free, and safe. It's all so strange. Reading comments made me just go, you know what? There's no point actually having conversation. Because people don't want conversation. People just want to be right, so... Let's focus on the race, boys! War Dog in third place. Buck in second on the BMW. Buck's just good. That's the thing. Doesn't matter what car he's in. He's in a car he's never driven before. He's in second place. User 0979, though, on the other hand, prefers to remain anonymous. I want to be right. Sure, whatever you say. If you think here, let me ask you this quick question. Let me ask you one question. Do you think iRacing has the tire model correct to real life? That is my only question to you. No, nothing else whatsoever. That wasn't my question. Do you think iRacing, their tire model, is accurate to real life? Or do you think it's intentionally difficult for the case of forced difficulty? So you can't answer my simple question. It's really yes or no. No game has accurate tires. You can't say specifically iRacing is wrong. You want to say they're all wrong. Capital letters will get you nowhere, sir. You're raising your voice to yourself. I agree, you shouldn't be flooring at lap 1. 100%. But at quarter throttle, I shouldn't be spinning out either. Alrighty. Did everybody have a good race that time? Oh, man. All right, let's change this track. Pick a track, chat. Pick a track. See, this is what sucks. Zolder's really good, but this their track limits is broken in this right now. So I'd have to turn off track limits, which would make people massively cheat. All right, this guy actually kind of sucks, so this is how we do this. Boom. Bye. Problem solved. Anyway, chat, you can go back to having normal conversation now. Because of random ones and zeros guy is gone. Do you want Zolder or what? Mosport was already done technically, Tim. Daytona or Sebring? All right, you know what? We'll do Sebring. Start there. 5 minutes. Yeah, that's perfectly good. We'll rotate. We're gonna do this for a couple more hours, so we'll rotate through a lot of them. But don't worry, Kai. You're safe from conversational bans. Just be normal. There's nothing worse than people just want to argue. They don't care about having a conversation. I have zero space in my brain at 38 years old for that. I'm good. There's again, like I said before, there's nothing wrong with liking iRacing. I like iRacing. I don't like its tire physics. It's really that simple. I'll wait for you. Hold on. I unreadied. Don't worry. Hurry up, O'Miley. Get on in here. I really truly believe if iRacing just gave you more grip under cold tire scenarios, like truly gave you more grip, not their version of more grip, it would go a lot further. But it's overly punishing, and the argument is like, oh, get good. No, the only thing I have to do is get good at iRacing. But if you're going to preach realism, give me some level of realism. I know for a fact in real life, real competitive tires, when they're cold as shit, have 10 times the grip iRacing is telling me that does. I'm not the only person who complains about it. If I was the only person complaining about this, Kai, you for a fact know how many people talk about how bad iRacing's tires are. If it was just me, I would shut my mouth and get good. But it's not just me. Not a problem, Miley. But like, I get out of a real world scenario. You have to understand. Yes, I'm on the newer side to sim racing, but I'm not newer to racing. I did the opposite. Came more from real racing and got into digital racing. Most people are trying to go from digital racing to real racing. So I get to real racing and I go, that's real? Oh, why is it real? Because the people making the game and selling it to you and profiting say it's real? Oh, got it. That's realism. Bottom line is, when it comes to sim racing, at the end of the day, substitute sim racing and call it video game racing. You're playing a damn video game. It's pixels on a screen. None of this is real. It's all fake. You could be better at iRacing and not better at racing. I hate to break that to you, folks. But you could also be the best at iRacing and the best real-life racer. These are not synonyms of each other. Anyway, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. One thing I've never understood about like the iRacing, like not like all iRacers, but like the cult of iRacers, is why they can't take any level of criticism about iRacing. Hey, this iRacing does this, and this good, but it does this really bad. Immediate on the defense. Insulting your mother, you know, all that stuff. It's so weird. Why is it that like so many other games can take like criticism positively and try and like fix things, and even iRacing, like the people that matter in iRacing can take criticism, but the fans can't. It's the same disease that affects like the people who defend like their sports teams. You know, the sport team doesn't know you exist as a fan, right? They acknowledge the fan base, but you are part of a massive big number, not an individual to them. Why are you dying on the hill? Weird. Foobar. My God. This is why they need Ian Bell picture signs on the side of the road, so I'd feel better about myself when I completely don't pay attention. You have to justify the amount of money you spend. What kills me is if I don't renew my subscription, I can't race the cars I bought. Yeah, I mean, the fact that people defend that business ideology is kind of wild to me. So I have the $100 2-year plan, and I've spent about $300 to $350 in iRacing content. If I don't renew the subscription, I can't use... Let me just go back to the pits. I can't use the content that I already paid for. The fact that there's any human on the fucking planet that defends that is wild to me. I need a beer if we're going to talk about this. God forbid Project Motor Racing, though, sell you a game for $70 that's not finished. But me personally, my $350 that I can't get access to after my subscription expires, oh, well, they're good. It's my fault I didn't pay my bill. A weird world we live in, that's for sure. You know what? I want to show you guys something. All right. So, this is my honest opinion. Maybe this is my boomer take here, but yeah, that's good. This is how old I am in terms of this space. Sorry, it doesn't have a backlit screen. I really can't see until I use it in the light. Start, that's right, start a... For those of you who don't think this is actually working, by the way. Oh god, I'm screwed. I can already see this, the haters making the tabloid. Man is so distraught by how bad PMR is that he chooses to play the original Tetris on the original Game Boy live instead of racing. Sorry if I was the one that delayed everybody there. Oh, O'Malley's got pole, that son of a bitch. Thank you for the donation, sir. I will address that when I'm not in this race. I appreciate that, though. Oh! Calm down, Pedro. Although, in all fairness, if they do fix the collision physics and make that not so punty and more crunchy, that will help a lot. Also, it is strange, too. I've experienced a lot of, like... I've been on all sides of racing. Haters are haters, they're everywhere. They're in every subject, they're in everything. But the only, like, true, like, real haters that I've seen of PMR always seem to have some kind of, like, iRacing pedigree. And I don't know why. iRacing is wildly successful. Enjoy it. If you like it, play it. Stop shitting on other people. It's so weird. What deficiency do you have in real life that makes you want to shit on the little guy? I don't get it. So strange. And it's always an iRacer. It's never like an ACC guy or an AMS guy or an LMU guy. It's always an iRacer. Why? No judgment, but a little bit of judgment. It's like, I like 75% of iRacing. My honest opinion. I think warm tires feel great in iRacing, except for the GTP cars. I don't really like the hypercar warm tires. The cars just don't grip ever. And you can't, I've never driven one in real life and I never will, but you can't convince me that that's how a hypercar grips in real life when the tires are optimal. It's just, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Because I've been in cars that have way, 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 way more power with half the tire. And they grip better. Where even am I on the grid? 6th, got it. I'm having a good time, though. You guys having a good time? It's more important if you guys are having a good time. Oh, shit, I gotta pay attention. I'm not talking about you. Kai, I like you. I'm not talking about you. Don't worry. You want to piss off an iRacer? Talk about the graphics. If an iRacer defends the graphics of iRacing, that's how you know they're biased. And that you just can't defeat them in an argument, so don't even waste your time. I am all for having a debate and conversation, but it's when you just refuse to see the other side of the conversation, it's when I won't waste my time with you. And no one should. Because there's too many people in the world already that are like that. I don't need that in my video game relaxation space, you know? You're not having a good time playing this? Because I don't. Now we're just having a good time. It's like I had someone in the Discord the other day that was like, I don't understand why everybody hates Forza so much. I have a great time playing it. And I literally stopped them. I'm like, if you are having fun playing Forza and everybody is telling you you're not having fun, don't listen to them. Continue to enjoy Forza. Like, that's the part that I don't understand. Nobody can tell you that you do or do not like something. If you like it, use it. One lap to go. I miss the Daytona USA stuff. This is your final lap. What was the first sim racer everybody played that they can remember? For me, it was full-blown Daytona USA. When 3D modeling first became a real video game thing and it was no longer just 2D. My first racing game that I had, that I can remember anyway, was Jaguar. Anybody remember Jaguar? XJ220? These guys are kicking my ass. You guys know you're not supposed to make fun of the guy with one leg of the ass-kicking contest, right? That's me. Lost the server. Oh, pay attention. Don't look at chat. Look at where you're going. GDs, boys. How did I do? How bad did I do? That's the question. Alright, at least I was in the 2-0s. O'Miley getting the win. Listen, sweaty O'Miley, I don't want to hear it. Okay? This game doesn't like your wheel. Tell that to the fact that you won by 7.5 seconds and were the fastest lap by a full second. You know, O'Miley, excuses while winning is never a good look. I ran test drive 6. Wait, Fue, how old are you? Roboito, how old are you? Test drive 6? Test drive 6? I played test drive. Get a lot of double shifts from 3 to 5 in this. Hold on. Just so you all know. Hold on, let me change the... Oh, hold on. Oh, wrong thing. What track did we want? Spam it in chat. What track do you guys want? While I find what I was going to look up. Move that over here. No, spam the track, not your age, guys. I can do a different car class if you guys want to help me along with the car class. I'm doing whatever you guys want to do. Oh, that's right, wrong thing. This is what I want. Let's see. This is it for me right here. Jaguar XJ220 is a Sato 3D racing game released by Core Design for the Amiga in 1992 and Mega CD in 1993. This was my first experience with a racing game. That I can remember, anyway. Remember, as the key word. This was the first real-life sort of racing experience that I ever had. And I shouldn't say real life, I should say video game life. This game was incredible. So naturally, I have this game, or this car, in Gran Turismo 7, and it's fast as shit on the Nordschleife. I'm just saying. Super Monaco. What would that be? All right, you know what? I'm gonna Mid Ohio. Well, I mean, if it's Kalami, I don't even know how to say that. Kyalami. God, I feel so ridiculous trying to even pronounce some of these words. If it's Kyalami, I'm gonna bow out and just watch, which I'm fine with. I'm totally cool with. And also have Shaq Fu growing up. Hell yeah. I'm glad to see. This is one thing I really like about sim racing. Like, let's focus on the positivity, because we kind of got sidetracked in a little bit of negativity there. Is the age group sort of... I have rarely in my life gamed with anybody older than me until sim racing. And I've gamed with a lot of people older than me. And the funny thing about it, they know so much more than I do about sim racing. It feels good. It's like, cool. There's still up for me to go. I have places to gain in this industry, you know? Where like every other game, it's like, oh, I'm way past my time. There's nothing left for me to learn. There's nothing left for me to do. I'm just riding an aging roller coaster that's about to drive off the tracks, you know? Sim racing is kind of, you know, it's solid. You're good, Pedro. You're good, Pedro. Group 5 or Group C? Oh, man, you're really trying to tickle my fancy, Josh. All right. Can I change the cars? I think I can, yeah. I just have to pick the car. All right. Get my favorite car of all time. We'll do lame Tona. Sorry, Daytona. There you go. There you go. Pick your cars. Ready? Do all reassort yourselves. Although I'm actually gonna go. This is the part that stinks. I actually have to change my car. I gotta go Sauber. Only because the Sauber is so much faster. And this on this particular track. It might be my lobby, but the reality is, I'm doing this for the game and the people who want to play the game. Like, I do enjoy the game, for sure. But if I have one superpower, it would be to give people the ability to easily play with people in this game. I like watching racing probably more than I actually like racing. Maybe it's an age thing. But I am firmly in me being the guy doing the racing. I'm past that time. Now I'm the crew chief. You know? I am the guy that like builds the car, tells you what to do, communicates with the driver, figures things out. That's my real life job right now. Only with motorcycles. So I have to build the bike, since we're talking about motorcycles, to the driver, or the rider in this case. And there has to be a good line of communication so everybody knows what's going on. You know, that's what I like doing. I like being the crew chief. If I had to pick a position, I don't like being the guy driving. So when it comes to sim racing and I am the guy driving, I don't want to set up cars. I don't want to do anything. I just want to get in the car and move the wheel around and maybe win a race or two. Yeah, the XJ220 was a phenomenal car for its time. I truly believe the golden age of racing is long since past. Like, look at the Sabre C9. Look at the 787B. Look at the XJ220. We're never going to make anything cool like that ever again. Which is why I say GT3 is so boring. Yeah, it's fun from a competitive standpoint that the cars are all built very similar, but if I was in a Sabre C9 by myself, nobody else on the road, or a Mustang or whatever GT3 car by itself, I can assure you the amusement factor is going to last a lot longer in a Sabre C9 than any level of GT3 car. You got booted again, Tim? Yeah, that's unfortunately out of my control. That is all, you know, hopefully the next patch really does dial things in with the internet. If they, honestly, truth be told, if they change nothing in the next patch except make the server side of things stable and add server side quality of life changes, we're good. We're good. Solid patch. You know? I do miss Jaguar. That was a good time. Run to the bathroom quick. How much do y'all think an OG Game Boy is worth right now? I actually don't know. I'm curious. I'm getting screwed. There we go. No, I didn't see that line. It's too dark. My God. Can you all read this? Hold on. Focus. $1989 Nintendo. Wild. Why can't I drive right now? We got 2 minutes. Oh, we're in overtime. Never mind. I understand the game. I'm smart. Going on, Racecraft. What do I want for dinner tonight? It's already 8 o'clock, so dinner is kind of sailed, but late night snack meal. All right, so real talk for a second here. Do you guys want me... So I obviously do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream. I do 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. 11 a.m. I'm not going to do PMR because 11 a.m. I have to sort of do my own thing, content-wise. So, I mean, I can feature it from time to time, but the PM stream is where I do the open lobbies, this type of stuff. 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Should I focus on PMR? Or should I play other games like Race Room and AMS? What are your thoughts in chat? I have to drive this car, because I do love this car. What's everybody think? I hope this game can recover. It's probably my favorite game of this type. I think it's better than GT7 for me personally. I think from a driving standpoint, ignoring all of the things you can do, yes, this is better than GT7. Without a doubt. Yeah, so what Pedro said. Good luck. Good luck, boys. I'm jealous I'm not driving the 787B right now, but unfortunately this car just makes a good amount more power, and I need to use that in this race. Good luck, boys. I don't know what happened there, but we're doing it. This is my favorite part about PMR right here. Oh, Group C is the best. Even when you're off-roading. Excuse me. Sauber's got a Sauber. Oh, punted. Luckily, it didn't hurt me, though, because I'm RoboCop. This is peak driving. I'm sorry. I don't care what sim you play. This is peak fun right here. Group C, PMR has just got it. If there's one thing PMR should not touch, it's Group C. I don't care what anybody says. Truly. I drive these cars, and I literally think to myself, LMU. Ha! Oh! I think War Dog's got this one by a mile. That's fine. I'll take my slow motion second place for this race. Oh, Jesus. Driving like that, absolutely. Whoa! Oh. War Dog's on a mission. Oh no, what? What? I'm not a neutral, I'm in first. What? Oh, it's got screwed. I don't know who to blame on that one, but I was objectively in first gear on my H pattern. Oh, well, I'm not catching him anyway. He's way too far out. Uh-oh. I just gave the third place guy a chance here with that penalty. That was a bad time to have a sip. All right, not bad for the number one loser. Just think, of all the losers, I'm number one. Nobody lost ahead of me. I actually like the speedometer in the center, personally. It's easier for my eyes to glance down. It's mostly for the shift light, more than anything else, because my shift light for this game doesn't work on my wheelbase. So, yeah, I do like it in this particular case better. All right, let's separate the men from the boys, and I'm going to be separated into the back of the pack, but that's fine. Got to get in my 787, though. I got to find a race where I want to be in the 787. Do you know what the dash page does? No, I don't. What do you mean by that, Racecraft? Yellow is real fast in the straight. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Not sure. Anyway, folks, if you're watching, now's time. 2-lapper. I'm going to skip the qualifier, though. I will say that. We're skipping the qualifier for this. This is a silly silly track to try and qualify for. Where I tune everything, it says dash page. Honestly, no, no, I don't, unless the dash, and you're referring to like the heads-up display type dash. But I'll be honest with you, I have spent 0 time in almost any sim configuring cars, configuring anything. I set the game up and I play the game. I am intentionally approaching everything from the casual perspective of what's it like to jump on in and just play, you know? Waiting on O'Malley, so I will ready up once we get O'Malley in here, just out of sympathy. Man's fast, so I give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. He gets the, what's his name in F1, the movie? Hayes. What's his first name, though? Anyway, he gets the haze treatment in F1. He can be a little late. It's fine. Oh, did I ever get an answer to, like, if you guys want me to stream this at nighttime so you guys can do this? Do you guys want me to do what I'm doing right now at my 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time streams? To get people in here to play this game. Because I'm not against that. I'm not against that. If people want to play something, I can have fun with this. I mean, I have fun with this. But from an online lobby standpoint, I absolutely need people to play it. Sub to like this comment. Well, thank you. Sunny Hayes, thank you. Thank you, next Jen. Thank you, next. So, like, for example, tomorrow morning, my stream tomorrow is going to be finding, like, the best cars to drive in Race Room, okay? Because I cover everything, but I cover primarily the 3 games that I want to play. Although the other 2 games don't really need much. They need a couple things, but not a lot. This game needs the most. Race Room, AMS2, and Project Motor Racing. Those are the 3 games that my favorite sim racing games. That's where my brain's at. So far, from a viewership and participation, the participation part's the biggest thing, because the viewership stuff is cool, but if there's 10 people watching, 50 people participate, I'd prefer that than 50 people watching 10 people participate. So for me... Oh shit, my gloves. No! If PMR is the game to stream at nighttime for participation, then that's what I'll do. They're all fun to me. They are absolutely all fun to me. Oh my god, this is the one thing though. This literal car... So for anybody asking me, do I think this game's worth the money? This car in this game is worth $100 USD. Crashes included, graphical bugs included, server issues included, track limit problems. You think of a problem, I don't care. I would spend $100 to drive this car. Sounding like this. This car is in Forza. Sounds terrible. This car can be modded into AMS2. Sounds terrible. This game crushes it. Whoever the sound guy is at PMR, thank you. Whoa! Can't park there. Thank you for the sub, Nassau. I butchered that. I apologize. Oh, that's right. I gotta... Shoot. I got a donation before. I gotta go read that. I absolutely have to go read that. Oh. That sucks, War Dog. We'll do it again. This is my favorite track and my favorite car. So, like, it's not hard to pull my arm to make me do this again. Not for nothing, but I do this, I drive this car, and I think, LOL, iRacing. Nope. I don't know why I downshifted right there. I really didn't need to. I'll do this race again and I'll host. And I mean, as in like I won't race. I'll just read chat and spectate. Give you a chance to be the star, the hero in your own story, War Dog. One more lap of that shit. God, I wish I could drive this car in real life. Screw GT3. Y'all don't even understand what real cars are. It's not GT3s, that's for sure. People don't realize how close their real life production cars are, with like, you know, a fair amount of money, of course, they are to GT3s. You can't just go buy a car off the showroom and turn into a 787 or a Sauber. You just can't do that. This is real car technology. By technology, it's dated, obviously. But for its time, this was like really pushing the envelope. I wish GT3 wasn't as popular as it is, because it's just boring. This is where PMR truly, like, just crushes it. You put me in a sim and say, here's a 787B or comparable, you know, Group C car. Here's the Nordschleife. Get to the end of it. You can't make me do anything else but this once I experience it. I'm zoned in. I don't care at all about chat right now, respectfully. Should stay in third. This is the one thing I am doing right now that there is nothing on the market that can give me. Like, the reality of it is that if you're into GT3 cars, there's better things out there for you. But if what I'm doing right now is the niche that you are, you know, craving, PMR is the best at it, without a doubt. I can't do this in anything else. I mean, you can drive the 787B on the Nordschleife in GT7. It's not the same experience, though. Not even close, I promise. Another great thing about this game, you can recover practically, realistically. I don't know what it is about every other sim, but it's like when you spin out, you just forget how to go in reverse and get back into gear and drive back onto the track. They make it seem like impossible. This to me is racing zen. You can give me anything to do in real life that I don't really have much of a chance to do. You're looking at it. You ain't giving me this in iRacing. I'd have crashed 800 times already. Because, you know, the slight bit of traction loss is this. Get us back. Go, 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 go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that recovery. That'd have been at least a, you know, 25-second delay in every other sim. But luckily in this, you can drive like a real car. and just, you know, put it in reverse or manipulate it and get back on the road. I don't know why that's such a weird thing to, like, try and duplicate. Go to the gym. Yeah, I'm gonna sit here in the 787 and just drink some beer and do what I just did. What makes GT3 boring? Because it does everything you want it to do, and it's predictable and slow. God, that car is fun! GG's, boys. Alright, War Dog, we'll run that back and I'll spectate. Because I need a genuine, like... I need to catch my breath. Alright, let me read some comments here. Hello, do you not play Rensport? Not often, but I do have it. I will play it if there's enough of a demand to play it, and the game... If I could be able to make my own lobbies, that would be a big part of me playing the game. I need to be able to host my own lobbies like I'm doing right now for me to really be able to focus on it. Holland Bass Racing, I always think a stronger DD wheel... Wait, no. I always think I want a stronger DD wheel when I get back black screen in this game and the wheel goes nuts. Yeah, it does hurt. You do like 900 kilometers an hour or something like that. Turn mine into a helicopter. I could have put fan blades on it and it would have blown me out of my rig. 900 degrees of rotation my ass. It spun 80 times. GTE is less boring, but at the end of the day, when you give me a lot of horsepower and a really, really wide set of tires and free reign to do whatever I want, that to me is the ideal, like, badassery, you know? Better get that practice because Daddy's coming. So here's the thing about when I say GT3 is boring. I know that'll offend a lot of people. It is still boring because it requires an artist's touch. It is fine dry. It's a fine wine. You pick your line, you find your line, you apply the brakes, you apply the throttle. Everything's smooth, everything's nice, everything's sensual. It's personal. And then you get in a Group C car. And it's literally the mosh pit at the biggest metal band you can possibly think of. And it's survival. Throwing the car 180 miles an hour sideways while maintaining control and grabbing a gear. It is Ayrton Senna versus Max Verstappen. It is James Hunt versus Oscar Piastri. It's just wild and reckless and in control and raw horsepower versus art and tactic and design. This is the Mona Lisa. This is Picasso. Throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Fine dining. Small lines. Perfection. They are very different kinds of racing. And in that sense, GT3 to me is boring. It's not meant to be an offensive thing. If you like GT3, my word means dog shit. Group C is reckless. It's a mosh pit. It's a wild ride, and it's why it thrives. It is phenomenal racing. I can tell you this. Right now, if you could resurrect Ayrton Senna and James Hunt and all those guys, all the gangsters, they would choose PMR to race. That is my honest opinion. It's what I believe. Look at all the people playing this game. I don't care if 1, 2, 3 are on PC. It doesn't matter. Truly, it doesn't matter. Send it, folks! Wait, where's War Dog? War Dog. Oh, you're right there. Never mind. I apologize. I almost freaked out because I didn't see you there. But yeah. I don't know if that explains what I was trying to say. But yeah. I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? So, let's translate it to the motorcycle world for a brief comparison. Production motorcycles are your production cars. Your Mustang, your BMW M4, your Aston Martin Vantage, all those cars you can get off the assembly line. Those are your production cars. GT3 is comparable to World Superbike. World Superbike is where you take the production model. How do you enter a production model into World Superbike? There needs to be 500 homologation models, meaning 500 production models of that vehicle to enter it into the World Superbike class, aka the GT class of racing. Production style cars. Now, No! For those of you who are in the lobby, back out. I got booted as the host. That's 2 times tonight. Can't be having that, PMR. Can't be having that. That's okay, though. The devs are paying it. Here's the thing, folks. Truly. O'Malley, I wanted to do... I just got PMR'd. Exactly. O'Malley, I wanted to do one more of these races for War Dog's sake. I was going to bow out and spectate. I'm going to rehost that exact same race. And then I'll switch it up to a new track, for sure. But I wanted to give one more shot for his sake. And also, I love the Norwich Life, so. Turn damage off quick. Create server. All right, lobby's back up, folks. But anyway, MotoGP, which our buddy who unfortunately lost his ability to speak in my chat, referenced MotoGP and like disregarding it. Like, oh, what are you, MotoGP? Like, first of all, bro, MotoGP is literally 7-figure two-wheel motorcycles. Let's not pretend like that's beneath you, my good sir. There is far more technology and brainurisms going on the daily in MotoGP than you could possibly fathom. Anyway, MotoGP is comparable to F1 in terms of anything goes, let's the sky the limit, and then dial it back to make it fair for competition. So, World Superbike, GT class racing. World Superbike is production style vehicles. There needs to be 500 production vehicles to qualify to enter that vehicle into World Superbike. But don't get that mistaken. They are nothing like the production vehicle. Everything has been replaced except the engine and the frame. Everything else is aftermarket. Let's give some people a chance to reacclimate to this particular server. But what started this tangent, by the way? Oh yeah, the comparison between why I think GT3 is boring compared to Group C. Group C is like... So, I know most of you guys who are watching me know who Gamer Muscle is. And there's a lot to agree and disagree with him when it comes to just general, racing simulation stuff. But if there's one thing he has said that has, like, been true and stuck with me, is the fact that they don't make race cars like they used to. They don't make cars like they used to. Group C, Group 5, all of these things are just like these raw superpowers of, at the time, racing. Ford versus Ferrari is a movie about, in my opinion, better racing than we will ever achieve ever again. Even if those cars are technically now slower than everything we have now. None of that matters. We didn't care about regulation. We didn't care about anything slowing us down. If we could go faster, everybody would apply. How could we make it so that everybody could apply this going faster ability across the board? Because we want to keep going faster. And now it's about slowing everything down, making everything a bit safer, making everything more calm, making everything more collected. It's Mona Lisa versus Picasso. We used to be Picasso, now we're Mona Lisa. They're equally good in their own ways. Competition is competition, but let's be honest. At the end of the day, the average person throws shit at the wall and sees what sticks. And that's Picasso. And that's what we like. Group C. No game does Group C better than this. And I am a big AMS2 fan, and they don't even touch this game's Group C. That's just saying something right there. Apparently it's time to smoke weed. Yes, if you're playing PMR for several hours, you should definitely go smoke some weed. It will keep you playing the game. Well, War Dog's in here, so let's give this... You know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll give this game a go. I'm going to spectate. Because that race for me is like my Super Bowl. I just did my Super Bowl for the night. Just so you know. There will never be a greater showing from me than what you just saw. So I am retired from this race, and then I will continue on when we switch it up again. Well, let's all root low key for War Dog, because War Dog is very fast, and he got opted out of the race that I won by like 30 something plus seconds. So yeah. AC1 Group C. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Trapper, and say I have not played with modded AC1 yet. I will experiment with it down the road when I'm relatively bored, but AC1 is like the anomaly that I haven't messed with yet, and it's really the modding. And that's what AC1 thrives at, so. But as a delivered game, here you go. Buy the DLCs, buy the core game. Please don't crash me out this time. That was the second time. Let's let this game continue. War Dog, please, if you get bounced out right now, let me know. Alright, I see 7 guys on the grid. War Dog, do me a favor if you can. Confirm you are in the lobby. You're good? You're alright, perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna... Sorry if that was loud on you guys. I'm gonna immediately just pull over and let you guys rip. If this and the C9 weren't in this game, I don't know if I would still hold on to PMR. There's good things in PMR, but these are like the standouts to me. Like the nobody does this better type shit. I'm just gonna, by the way, just so you know, I'm just gonna pin it into the corner. So I'm not gonna brake. I'm gonna get out of y'all's way. Such a good sound. Oh shit. There you go. There you go, War Dog. You're the star of the show right now. This game worth buying yet. If you like Group 5, if you like Group C, if $70, good or bad, if it disappears from your wallet and it's not a big deal, yes, it's worth buying. I'm trying to cover all the the bylaws of recommendation for this game to make sure I don't, sink myself. I've bought this game twice so far for PS5 and PC. I'm playing it on PC right now because duh. War Dog's trying to show me up right now. He very well might. He's very fast. He's been faster than me at everything, so I'm just going to ignore if he's faster than me in the 787B in the Nordschleife. I'm just going to pretend it's not actually happening. So I would say, Chase, again, if you don't mind spending them, because I have it on PS5, and I haven't played it thoroughly like I have on PC. So I haven't done the internet stuff. I have played very little bit with AI, and I've played a lot of solo. And it's fine. It's great. It's PMR, But server side of things, single player, I haven't played much of. So, yeah. I will say War Dog is definitely smoother than I am with this car. AKA, he's more boring. But he is pretty... Realistically, though, he's probably faster. Smooth is fast. The counters are weird right now. This is definitely not accurate, the counters, because they're the exact same time. There's Pedro. It's Pac-Man. There's, wait, what? EJR? I'm not in this. Weird. Must be Harry Desi, maybe? That's Harry Desi. In the Porsche. I don't know what that is. This might be a dogfight. Oh, what's going to happen here? Pac-Man versus Pedro. Was just popping in to drop a like after I got done with soloing 4 hours at... You, sir, are a brave soul. I can't do endurance racing, which is why, unfortunately, as much as I like to play LMU, it has no future with me because I can't do endurance racing. If they establish a good, solid sprint racing style setup and maybe even a lobby hosting, I'll be all... Oh, Jesus! Pac-Man. Can't park there, bro. Fine, get back to it. Get back to it. Anyway, I appreciate that, Blown Piston. Hopefully you did well in LMU. It's a grind. I couldn't do what you just did. Mr. Too Bad. Alright, so it looks like it's War Dog in first place still. What's he gonna run, boys? I don't remember what I did. Do you remember what I ran for? Actually, let me see if I can see it in the VOD quick. Too bad. I'm telling you right now, that swaying. I've never driven this car in real life, but I have driven a lot of horsepower at half the width. And I can tell you, these cars will not go straight when you're trying to go straight. So we did 627.6. What did I do? No, I can't see! My time is blocked! Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky, sir. I think it would have been a good race, though. Well, I can already tell you. There's a reason why I have a track wheel and a round wheel. And the round wheel goes on for Group C. Because this is you. It's like a boxing match with your steering wheel when you race Group C. You're not just fine arting it. Again, Picasso, Mona Lisa. Different kinds of driving. My style of driving is Group C. Group 5. The reckless stuff. That's me. It's where I love this stuff. So, what do I think the future of the... So, here's the thing. I prefer to remain positive. Because there's so much negativity in everything these days. What's the point? Either ignore something or be positive. That's kind of where I'm at. Especially with the things that I like. Video games for me are primarily a fun thing. I don't look at a video game as a job. So... either for me, like the guys that are punishing themselves or like that can't get past the problems, it's like, okay, I get it. Just go play something else for now. And then when the game gets patched, try it again, you know? But for now, stop trying to like twist that knife. But I've talked to a lot of developers individually, and they all seem to have the same sort of mentality. They're all working on the game. They say that they're aware, and I'm speaking corporate right now the way I'm saying things here, because I'm sort of siphoning things into one voice. But they all know about all of the... if you think you are onto a specific problem that they don't know about, I assure you they know about it. Also, they are working on it. They did take their vacation. They are back to work. And they're all sort of... like, for example, I talked to one developer. I asked him specifically, are you guys going to the Sim Racing Expo in Charlotte, North Carolina in May? Which I will be attending. I can't absolutely wait to go. I was hoping they were going to say yes. But they said this particular person said they had plans to go originally, but they're probably not now due to public sentiment and the current state of the game. They would like to go, but they don't know how they would be seen in public. And I don't blame them. Some of the gamers, some of y'all maybe, that are watching, are crazy people that it's just a video game. Give them a chance to fix it. And never in my life, by the way, have I spoken directly to so many developers. You think me playing a video game on a stream gets me some conversation with Rockstar or something like that? You're out of your mind. They're some of the most vocal developers ever. I do believe that in some time, I would say within 6 months, I'm just going to put a general time frame as a guess to when you can expect this game to be a lot more dialed in for the majority of people. I'd say 6 months. Not a year, 6 months. If you give it straight for 6 months from where this game is at right now, I think inside of those 6 months, you will see a much more polished game with a lot of the problems. I think the next patch will address some big problems. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it will. Do I think it's gonna, completely fix the game and everything's gonna be perfect? No, if you think one patch fixes anything, you're out of your minds. You don't know how things work. Respectfully. Development is a very long, drawn-out cycle. I'm a very patient person because I just don't care enough when it comes to this. And by that I mean, I'm not putting all my eggs in the PMR basket. And by that I mean, if this game isn't perfect in 6 months, nothing happens to me. I'm going to be the same person doing the same thing. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Give them a chance to make the game good. And if they don't, then complain. Until then, hold accountability, but be nice about it. If you truly want this game to be good, if you really want the game to be good, and not just you want to speak to hear your voice be heard, but you want this game to be good, critique it. But also give it its credit where it's due. Keep the actual morale inside the company there, so they're motivated to make the game what you want it to be, and let the rest just happen. And if it doesn't happen, then so be it. The worst case scenario is you lost $70. Anybody ever been gambling? You lose that really quick. But maybe it's just the Modelo talking. What'd he do? Let's see what War Dog's best lap is once this ends. I'm glad you had fun, Too Bad. Sorry, the Group C is, it's definitely, I recommend practicing and also using a round wheel. To anybody who is interested in Group C or any kind of reckless car, use a round wheel. I promise you. If you try to hold on to a 9-3 hand grip, Group C is gonna make you regret this. It's gonna do a lot of this action. So be careful. Not a problem, War Dog. Hope you had a good time. After playing Rensport and ACC, I can't play GT7 anymore. Is that normal? Yes. Oh, 616! Shout out to you, Sir, that's definitely faster than me. At least in my last race. So, congratulations. If we could hypothetically have raced in our very last race, which I did crash twice, mind you, you beat me. But congratulations. Your lap time is faster. So good job. Good job, sir. Yeah, no, it is completely normal to think ACC and Rensport drive better than Gran Turismo 7. Because Gran Turismo 7 drives... You know what? No, I'm sticking to a positive mental attitude right now. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. Oh, we don't want to do that. 5 laps. Here, let's really stress people out right now. What do you guys think? Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Why can't I figure things out? All right, folks. Here's a race for you. Sounds good, Josh. Thanks for being here, buddy. Appreciate it. And you too, War Dog. Thanks for being here as well. Ready on up, boys. This is gonna be a hard race. I'm not even kidding. For those of you who have never experienced Group 5, and especially on a track like... It's really the downhill of the mountain. Coming back down the mountain on Mount Panorama, especially with a Group 5 car. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Uh-oh. I think I found the race that everybody's fearful of. Oil Slick, I know this week's update will better be a big one. This week, question mark? There will be one this week. I mean, listen, guys, if no one wants to do this particular race, I will change it up. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Admittedly, this is a very hard race. Ouch. Can't park your elbow there. Oh boy, the Terminator just entered. Oil Slick, I wouldn't put too much, I mean, it's good to want, but yeah, invite them all in. Come on in. I mean, I can switch it up. Like I said, this is an interesting style race. I can switch back to GT3 because I know people want to play GT3. Realistically, what I should do is make it multi-class, which I don't know if I still can from here. I can. Here we go. This will help. There you go. All right, folks, and you can now do whatever you want. I'm going to stick with Group 5, though, because Group 5 is a lot of fun. I don't know if anybody saw the video I put up the other day, but you can see how much faster Group 5 is than GTE in this game. I think somebody should give Determinator a race. We need one more GT3 car. We got 4 Group 5s, which is fine. We need one more GT3. So he has somebody to compare to. My thing, Oil Slick, is that I prefer a patch that only makes improvements to a rushed out patch. So if we got to wait another week to get a patch that doesn't require, like, for example, their last patch. I know why that happened. They wanted to get a patch out before the Christmas break, but they ended up breaking DLSS. They real quickly released a hotfix. However, they had to do that. I prefer a patch that only makes improvements. If that takes a little longer in the oven, so be it. I don't know if I can reach that. Let's not show you my ass crack. All right, I got it. Got my glove. All right, so we got 1 Group 5, which is 2 Group 5. All right, that works. Mr. Too Bad, you might be solo here, but I don't want to wait all night. I gotta say, if there's one thing that's good about this game that isn't the game, I've already found a more casual style fun community in Project Motor Racing that I have in the other Sims. It seems there's just more people that just want to have a good time at all costs than the other Sims. I mean, we had, what, 1 or 2 iRacers in here, maybe just 1, that was all about ruining everybody's time and arguing and defending. Like, this game is trash, but I can't admit iRacing has one problem. That, to me, is... Bye. Anyway. Let's pray this goes well. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, looking pretty good there. I'm the only PC player. This game's dead. Oh, but except crossplay. Now, if it dies on console and never recovers, different conversation. Saw that one, Scaly. Sayonara, we're in the straights, and I'm in a Group 5 car. Peace! Whoa, 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 whoa! I love driving cars like this. And here's where I set sail again. Horsepower or Group 5? Ah! Too much! Oh, oh, hey, oh! I screwed the pooch. I foobarred it. I let the wheel do the work. Can't let the wheel do the work. You gotta race. Well, it's time to chase. At least it was one lap of work. So PMR does have this weird lockout issue. If you let the wheel rotate all the way in the opposite direction, it will immediately spin you out. Why is my mouse right there? Whereas if you think that letting the wheel go to counter steer, so the wheel snaps in the opposite direction, it will immediately spin you out. It's something I've noticed for a while now that I don't really understand. That's not at all accurate. Oh shit. Fucking Christ. Alright, I'm out. I'm out. When I get this far behind from doing other things, I just bow out. Call it a rage quit, but it's not really raging, just a common sense quit is what more so my terminology here. Oh no. I think I'm gonna switch back to GT simulation. Mr. Too Bad. That's too bad. Ran out of gas, Pedro? Harry's toughing it out in the group 5. I threw in the towel. All right, next race we'll do some. I'm gonna do some GT3, just to kind of dial the get back to Mona from you know, Picasso. Calling it, Pedro. Sounds good. Thanks for being here. I'm not gonna go too much longer. I need to eat something. I'm finding sustenance to be a shortcoming right now. All right, chat. I'm letting y'all pick. What's the next track? We haven't done Zolder. I've already chosen. But for the sake of, like, keeping things, like, not ridiculous, penalties are going off. Just for this track, though. I'm going GT3 for this one. And, of course, ditching the... This track is specifically, like, broken when it comes to penalties, so they are off. Do your best to be honest and not just cut the track. Harry and Mr. Too Bad, if you guys want to stick to those cars, that's cool. All right. Mr. Too Bad, if you want to stick to the GTE, that's cool. No complaints. But you got nobody to race. You have a minute countdown. Make up your mind. Oh. I hope I didn't just screw it up. Son of a bitch. Now you have a minute countdown because I hit a button because I'm an idiot. I'm just going to sit over here by myself and not hit any buttons. Hey, look at that. Well, they haven't fixed the track limits, Marlon, because they haven't updated the game since pre-Christmas. So I would expect the next patch to address that and then go from there. But at least they're not patching the game and ignoring that problem. Now, if they start implementing patches and Zolder becomes a track limit monstrosity, that's a different story, but there's been no patches, so the state of the game is the exact same state of the game, you know? All right, boys, let's have a good, clean race. I want to see a clean fight. No hits below the belt. Stop when I say stop. I don't know what else they say, but, you know, let's do all that. Oh, shit. Not paying attention. They need to have, like, an alarm that goes off. Like a little buzz or something. Let me know, like, hey, everybody's synced up, ready to go. Punted. It's all good. That would have easily avoided track limits had they been on. Oh boy. Oh! I am so bad at Zolder. I genuinely need the racing line at Zolder. Like, I'm that bad at it. I grow tired. Yeah, just pass me. I'm checked out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of like sort of done. Yeah, it's about it for me, folks. Not gonna lie. I'm kind of on the. I have about a 4-hour limit that I can do in the rig before I'm like done, and we've achieved it. Had a good time, but I'm pretty much Dunsky. Harry, Desi, and Mr. Too Bad right here. Oh, Harry! Get back out there. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Harry's out. Harry rage quit. All right, next battle right here. Dubs Z23 and Blues Dude. Up. Blues Dude 1960. That's the race, folks. That's the race. GG's, boys. Good job. That's going to wrap it for me. I'll be honest with you. I need to eat some food. I need to unwind for the night because I have to stream in the morning, so. Racecraft, thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate it. Everybody, thanks for being here. I hope this stream, if nothing else, shows you that this game isn't doomed. Yes, it needs work. But it's not over. If you have it, if you like it, enjoy it. If it's punishing you, wait for a patch. Chill out. It's a video game. Calm down. Everybody who raced in that last race, GG's. Thanks for being there. I appreciate it. And everybody has been here the entire time. Nice little 5.5-hour stream here. Thank you. Thanks for being here, boys. Whew. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm on the fence about what I want to do in tomorrow's daytime stream. I'm probably going to do some race room, admittedly. I know a lot of you guys are here for Project Motor Racing. We'll see. Maybe I'll find it in my heart to do some Project Motor Racing, but I really want to stick to the, I jump around a lot. I try to not focus primarily on one game. I really try and blend in and do them all, But PMR has a special place in my heart. It's a fun game. We'll see what happens, but anyway, for now, folks, thank you for the subs. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing. We're going to be doing more PMR. PMR is not dead, at least not for us. I don't think it's dead at all, but regardless of what people say. Haters going to hate. Exactly. What game doesn't need more work these days? Exactly. They all do. So anyway, folks, thanks for being here. I'll see you all at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Whether it's PMR or not, I would appreciate it if you guys came along for the ride. Support is support. It's just cool to see, But anyway, folks, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Everybody enjoy your night. You got 10.5 hours. Oh, sorry. Wow, I can't do math. 12.5 hours before I'm live again. So anyway, folks, see you then. Enjoy the rest of your night. Take care. you.